All right, what's going on, everybody? So it's good to be live again and back and streaming. I missed everybody. And today we're going to be building out an API with Django, and we're going to be working on kados.dev. And I also have a few announcements for my upcoming hackathon and so on. So let's just make sure the audio is good. I'm going to watch the chat, make sure we're all set up here, say a few hellos, and then we're just going to do a quick recap. So a few announcements, and then I'm going to try to make this sort of like a tutorial, but I also put out a post here or a poll on the stream, and it looks like a lot of people, well, I guess 51 to 49 have already used the Django REST framework. So I'm not sure exactly how in depth I'm going to go into it. So I am going to set up an application from the start. We'll kind of get into that, but then I'm also going to make sure that I'm not over explaining to anybody that's been here before. So let's just go over what I'm going to build here, and we'll talk about the structure, what the context is, and so on. So if I share my screen here, so I have this website that I worked on, and I talked about this before, actually. This is a site that I actually started working on a little while back, or a while ago, I guess. And this is called kados.dev. So the whole intention of this, I just want to make sure that you can see everything. So if I'm not zoomed in enough, let me know in the chat, and I'll just try to zoom in as much as I can. I'm on a pretty big screen. So we see coding after 30. So Paul's in the chat. Awesome. So kados.dev, I brought up this idea almost, I think, back in May of this year. And basically it was supposed to be this site for developer advocates. So the whole idea of it is where advocates have this usually avocado emoji. If I zoom in enough, that's usually a way that they display themselves on Twitter. So I decided to give it the name Kados, like as in avocado. And basically it's a site for developer advocates. So I got started on that, and kind of left that project alone just because I got busy with things. And I actually got back to it last weekend. I built out a web scraper to scrape Twitter, and I got over 2,090 developer advocates. I'm sure I'm still missing some, but essentially I'm using the Twitter API, a web scraper, to scrape this data. And I built out my own API, and we're going to build a replica of this today. So I might get into the Twitter API. I don't know if I'm going to cover that, but essentially what I'm going to do here is build out an API using the Django REST framework. I'm going to add in some search functionality. And then I'm also trying to make sure that anybody part of my hackathon can understand the idea of what they're supposed to build in the context of that. So let's start with that. So if you want to participate in my October hackathon, I also built this website live. This is codebattles.dev. These are both linked up in the video description. So essentially, this site right here is for these events. We have a bunch of people registered on the website, people participating in the October hackathon. So with this, we're going to have two challenges. One is going to be to build an API with Django, and I have the specs here. So essentially, I'm trying to get these two endpoints. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. It's a little bit off because I'm on a pretty big screen here, so I don't always see the context of what you all see. So essentially, the requirement for this hackathon is to build out an API that has this endpoint that just says advocates and then advocates with a username. So this is what I'm going to build here and show you. And then the other one is to consume this API. And I do have a replica of the data here that you need to build. And the second challenge here is going to be to use an API that I built and to consume it, which I probably will end up doing on this stream. I have no idea how long this is going to be. Just because I could go for an hour to 6 hours, depending on what the momentum's like and so on. So the second challenge is to build out the front end, and essentially kados.dev, I just hacked together this front end. I'm not a front end developer, or at least not a designer. So I put this together and I need some help here. So essentially, if you look at the top right here, and I would highly recommend going to this link, it's kados.dev. If you click here, you're going to see what the API response looks like. So for challenge number 2, which we are going to have one grand prize winner for that, and they're going to win $500. Your job is going to be to consume this API, which I already have people who've already done this and submitted for it. So your job is going to be to consume this API and then render the data out like I have it right here, make it searchable, and design it. I want a better design than what I have now. I'm literally using like hard-coded values. Like this color right here is just aquamarine. I don't even have a RGB or a hex color. I'm literally just going with the defaults and then just use some colors that I used on other websites. So the details for this hackathon are on codebattles.dev. Go ahead and go to the October hackathon, which we already have 137 participants to. So for the first challenge, it's going to be a $200 prize, and we will pick 5 winners. The rules are basically just to make sure you have a working API, that it meets the requirements. We have a live URL, a GitHub link, and make sure to tag Agora in this. So Agora is the company I work for. I'm a developer advocate there. So if we use Kados, I can actually search all the developer advocates at Agora. So we'll just do Agora in the search. And here we go. We're going to see myself, my coworker Tadas, Max, Mihir, Ikonch, and a former coworker. This is actually my former boss. This is Hermes. And he's still here because in this section, we have DevRel listed in the tag here, and he has Agora in his description. So that's how my web scraper found all this data. So there's a lot of work put into this. I know I probably am still missing a lot of advocates, but essentially if you have the keywords like DevRel, Dev Experience, or developer advocate, there's a few other keywords that I went for. Even the avocado emoji, I actually scraped for this emoji. I'll try to zoom into that. If you had this in your bio, there's a good chance you're on the site. So again, that web scraper found 2,090 developer advocates. I had to get a bunch of text and then filter through that. So it was a lot of fun working on that. So that's the kados.dev site. This is what we're going to build. The hackathon announcements, again, 2 challenges. One is build an API. The other one is consume it. And you can find that data right here. This is also linked up in that description. It's also on my website, DennisIV.com. So that's the announcements, and we're just going to go ahead and start building this thing out here. So let's start from scratch. So we're going to follow this. Based on the response, let's see, we have 189 votes. 49% say they have worked with the Django REST framework or built an API with it, and 51% at this point said no. So we're going to start completely from scratch, and I'm going to assume that you know very little about it. So let's go ahead and do this. So prerequisites. Oh, by the way, I did try to do this on the Daily Dev monthly streaming or monthly live stream, and I had about 30 minutes to build this out, and it's not enough time to teach and build. So I kind of got cut off a little bit short there. So we're going to do what I couldn't do on that stream. So let's go ahead and start from scratch. So the first thing is I'm going to make sure I'm zoomed in as much as I can. Try to get set up here. The beginning of these streams always start off a little slow. I'm going to be on a Mac, so we're going to open up the terminal. And first of all, just make sure you have Python installed if you're starting from scratch. We're just going to go through some prereqs here. I will CD into my desktop. And let me actually bring my face back into it just so it feels like it's a little bit more interactive that way. So let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to CD into my desktop. I'm going to set up a virtual environment. Give me a second to do this. So CD desktop. I'm using pip env to set up that environment. So let's go ahead and do or virtual env. So virtual env. And then we're just going to create the environment and call that env. So you don't need to do this step, but I do like creating my own environment so I can set everything up from scratch. So to activate that environment, we'll just do source env/bin and then activate. And this will activate that virtual environment. If you're on a Mac, it's going to be env scripts and then activate like that. Or if you're on a Windows, and I believe it's actually, was it backslash maybe? I'm not sure. I'm actually starting to get used to my Mac, so I don't even remember what it was on a Mac now. So we have that environment activated. We're just going to go ahead and run a pip install for Django. So that's how we get started with Django if anybody hasn't done that. We're not going to be working with a templating engine or anything like that. This is all about APIs. So pip install Django, that's how we get Django installed. So have Python installed, install Django using pip, and there is an alarm. Someone's asking if this will be recorded. Yes, this will be recorded. So this will be still on the channel, barring the fact that we don't have any major mess ups. So with Django installed, we'll just go ahead and clear this, and we'll just do Django admin start project, and we'll just do Kados API. And I think I already have a project called Kados API. Yeah, it already exists. So we'll just call this one too. So that's going to be our project name. So this gave us the boilerplate files for this project. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and open this up in VS Code now. We'll get everything figured out. So everything's on my other screen. So I'm going to drag this into here. So we have Kados API, and then we have our virtual environment that's just called env. So I'm going to drag this into Kados API. I like to keep my environment directly in my project folder. So I'm going to go ahead and open up VS Code here. We'll find the project. Let's go to my desktop, and I'm going to keep trying to zoom in wherever I can. Kados API 2. All right, and then we see the virtual environment. If I do control tilde, that should already activate the environment. Okay, we'll zoom in here a little bit more. So here we go. We see the environment's activated. If we see that right there, and we're set to go. So let's start with the basic pre-configurations. Let's just set up our app here and just return a simple JSON response just to make sure the URLs and everything's configured. So to create our first Django app, we're going to do Python manage.py start app. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Django at all, we basically have the idea of like a project where that's going to be like the main project structure, where we have our settings file, all our database configuration, everything that has to do with our project. But then we have everything. We separate our code into these things called apps. So apps are where like the core functionality actually lays. That's where we have our views, URLs, database models, and so on. And the idea is to separate your project into multiple apps. So when your project gets big, you can scale it and have your code separated by things like user accounts and whatever else your project's about. So we just separate things into different apps. So we also got the boilerplate code for the app. That's what that star app command did for us. Here we can see our views. We have no views, our models. This is where we design our database and so on. So we have an app called base, and then our project files right here. So just a quick summary. I know a lot of people already know this part, but just want to make sure because there are going to be freshers watching this that don't know about this at all. So once we created that app, we do need to configure that. And by the way, that command was run from my project files. So we go ahead and just write in the app name, which I called base. We put that into installed apps right here, and that lets Django know about this app. So let's go ahead and create the first view. This is going to be in our base app. We're just going to return back a simple JSON response. So from Django HTTP import JSON response. So this is going to give us back some JSON data, and we're going to create a view. So we're starting off simple. We're going to return back some simple responses just to make sure our views and URLs are working. So let's go ahead and call this one endpoints. So we're going to create a view called endpoints. These are going to be the URLs that you can visit. So when you first go to the API, just like when you go to, let's see if I can open this up here. Just like when you go to kados.dev, when you click on get data, you're going to see this endpoint, and it actually should take you to the root URL. So if we go to this root URL, which is kados.up.railway.app, you're going to see this endpoint that tells you the URLs here. So you can go to the domain /advocates, or you can see a specific advocate by adding in just the advocate username, which I put in mine as an example. So we're going to have an endpoint that tells us what our API has here. Okay, let's go ahead and continue now. So we'll go back here. We're going to create this endpoint. When we create our view, it's just going to be a function. We're going to pass in the request object, and then we want to return back a JSON response. And we're just going to go ahead and throw in the data value to JSON response. And we're going to say data is just going to be a Python list. And we're going to have an endpoint of advocates, and then another endpoint of advocates. And then we're going to do the user name for the advocates in the URL. So those are going to be our two endpoints. With JSON response, we also do need to pass in the safe parameter, and we're going to do false. And essentially, this means that we can pass in, let me actually look this up, just the official definition. I think it means we can pass in a Python dictionary into JSON response if we need to. So safe Django. And I kind of got into the habit of Googling things up during live streams, and I like it because it shows everyone how I do the research and how you should do this too, just because I don't know everything or I don't always remember everything. So I like to do this research live. So let's see what it says. The JSON response in Django set safe to true by default. So it's set to true, and the safe parameter basically means that we can accept Python data type and the Python data type of dictionaries. So if we set safe to false, I believe it means we can't, or we can accept dictionaries. Yeah, so that's the definition of safe. That's why we passed that in. So let's go ahead and get back to that. We pass in data, and now let's create the URL for this endpoint. So inside of our app, we're going to need to create a URLs file. So we'll just go ahead and do urls.py, and we're going to set up the actual file. So we need to import from Django.urls import path. And I mentioned this in the beginning, but this stream will be a more of a casual stream. And by the way, Praveen, Lord Fullstack says safe is a serialization bypass. Well, so one thing about safe is you still can't pass in Python objects in there. You can pass in dictionaries, but not objects. Just wanted to clear that up. And there's something that we're gonna have to do to fix that. It's gonna be called serialization. So we'll actually take care of that later. So safe does not solve that specific issue. Okay, so we have this path method, which basically takes in 2 parameters at a minimum, which is going to be the URL path that we want to connect a function to, and then the actual function that we want to trigger when this URL path is met. So we're going to go ahead and import our views. So from .import views. So if you look here, they're in the same file. We have our URLs and views. So we're just saying go ahead and grab all these views here. So once we do that, we have to create a URL patterns list here. And this is just going to be a list of paths. So the first path is going to be this endpoint. If we leave it as an empty string, that just means it's going to be the root domain. And then we just say, hey, when this path is met, go ahead and trigger the endpoints view. So when this path is met, let's say we did something like endpoints. Whenever this URL path is met, go ahead and trigger this view right here. So I hope that makes sense. So we're leaving that as an empty string because this is going to be that home URL. So for this to actually work, we need to go ahead and let Django know about this URLs file. So we created our app, we connected our app to our project. Project and app are 2 different things here. Let's see, isn't Python dict an object or dictionary? No, it's not. In JavaScript, it is kind of the same thing, but in Python, a class is an object, and a Python dictionary, well, dictionary is just a data structure. It, in theory, looks a lot like it has a key value pairs, but no, it's technically not a class or an object. Okay, so we have our URLs and views, but we need to go to our project now, and we need to let it know about this urls.py file. So we actually have 2 URLs files now. We have a URLs file in the root directory inside of our main project. And here we're going to ignore this path for now. But what we need to do is we need to let Django know that whenever a certain path is met, go ahead and send the traffic to this other urls.py file. So at this point, we're going to create a new path. And we're going to say, hey, when that root domain is found, go ahead and use this include method. That's simply going to send all the traffic to this endpoint right here. So we'll just do include. And we're going to point it to base. So that's the app name. We're pointing it to this folder, and we're saying, go ahead and find the URLs file. So whenever this path is met, send the traffic here to this path, and then this file will take care of all of that. So when we have multiple apps, this is where we can separate all the endpoints. Right now, we only have one, so it seems like extra work to even configure that, but it's actually going to make a lot more sense down the road. So with this right here, we're going to go ahead and start our server. So we'll go ahead and clear this. And we're going to turn on our server. Django has a built-in server, so we're just going to do python manage.py, run server, or a development server. Ignore this warning if you're following, or if you're following this after the fact. I know a lot of people won't follow this during the stream. This is just going to tell us that we have our application running on port 8000. So if I go ahead and do localhost, then we're going to do 8000. This is the first endpoint. So this is what we're returning in that view. So let's go ahead and create 2 more views. We're going to create one for advocates and then a specific advocate. And then we're going to actually create a database object, serialize it, and render that out. And then we'll continue from there. Let's see. Code with Clinton is asking, are we to include the advocates companies? No. So I had that in the beginning as far as the instructions on code battles, but that I have not made the official announcement until now. And I changed that rule up to where all you need is the 2 endpoints. It's just going to be these 2 right here. So just advocates and advocate. I'll probably will build in companies in this stream just because I do want to show how to do the serialization with relationships. But it's not what I'm going to put as the requirement for the hackathon. Okay, and I'm going to turn down my volume and let me know in the chat if you still hear me because I keep getting alerts to Slack and Discord. So let me know if you can still hear me. So test. If someone in the chat can say we can still hear you or you can't, let me know. So it should be good. Okay, so we have that. We're going to go ahead. Okay, cool. Everyone can still hear me. So we're just going to go ahead and create 2 more endpoints. We're going to create 2 views here. So we're going to create another one called advocates. And this is going to be request, return, or JSON response. We're going to use this. And we're just going to go ahead and pass in data. And then safe is going to be set to false. So if you watch my stream with Daily Dev, this is going to be sort of a repeat to that, but we're going to power through this and then we'll advance on that because I do know I just did this in that stream. So let's go ahead and create this data. And at this point, what I'm going to do is just create a list, and I'm going to list out some of the Agora developer advocates. So the first one is going to be my name right there. We'll throw in Dadas, which I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with him. He's been on my channel several times. He's the Flutter guy. And then we'll throw in Max. So we'll throw in 3 advocates. We'll create the endpoint for that. That's going to be in our apps URLs file. Let's go ahead and go into path. And then this endpoint is going to be advocates. So for those of you that are going to be doing the October hackathon, follow along because this is exactly how you should be building it. So let's just do advocates list. So I want to create the view and call it like that. So I want to do advocates list and advocates details. And we might add in some CRUD to this a little bit later. Okay, so I think I'm going to convince Paul to be a Python developer. Yeah, Django's pretty sweet. It has a little bit of prep work to do, but once you start dealing with authentication and a lot of the other stuff, it's insanely cool. Okay, so we have advocates and we have the advocates list here. Let's go ahead and create a single advocate page. So we'll just do advocate underscore detail. And by the way, Paul, you're a developer advocate, right? I'm pretty sure you are. So let's go ahead and find you on Kados. Let's just do coding. Let's look up that keyword. After, let's see, I need to find you on Twitter then, because if you don't have developer advocate in your bio, it probably won't find you. So let's see. Yeah, I don't see you as a developer advocate. So there is a way to actually add you, and I'm going to do that, but I'm going to show it off screen because I do have an endpoint here that I don't want people seeing. So you're not on the website. So what I'm going to do is move this off of the screen, and I'm going to quickly add you. In fact, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. I'm going to quickly add you to the site without the web scraper. Okay, give me a second, and then we'll bring this back on. I just want to make sure that the endpoint that I'm using is hidden because I don't want people going to the site and adding developer advocates without my permission until I configure it, just because then they can start messing with my API. So now if we go here, I basically call the Twitter API. I passed in Paul's Twitter handle to this endpoint. And what it did is it actually called the API, got the data, and it saved this in my database. So this is actually data from my database here. So everybody make sure to follow Paul on Twitter. He's a developer advocate at StrappyJS, which I will have Paul on my channel soon. So maybe I can do this because my face is hiding that. Okay, so, and now actually, if I want to find all the other developer advocates at Strappy, at least the ones that my scraper found, what I can do is pass that into the search. And here we go. We see Tresha, Kat, I believe is the name, Daniel, and Paul. So yeah, that's the system that we're building, and maybe I can get into the Twitter API here. All right, back to it. I got a little distracted. Sorry about that. Cool. So let's go back to my application. So we're creating another one called Advocate Details, and let's change this to Advocate without an S. I do want to make this RESTful, and it wouldn't make sense if it's advocates because if I'm adding post requests and put requests, there's a certain naming structure that I want to follow. So let's go ahead and throw this in here. Return JSON response. Let's just do data again. For this data, let's just do data is equal to the username. And I have a fan that's really loud in here, so sorry if that's too loud. And in here, we're going to pass in a dynamic value, and that username is going to be accessed from the domain or from the URL that we come here with. So we basically have the request object, and here we pass in the username. That's going to be the dynamic value, and we're just going to go ahead and render that out. So you'll see what I mean in a second. For those React devs, anybody that's worked with front-end applications like that, you'll understand what's happening in a second. So if we go to our URLs, we're going to have this path, and we're going to advocates, and then / here. Normally in React, you can do something like this where you'll just say, hey, that's going to be a dynamic value. With Django, what you do is you just add in these angle brackets around it, which means that this value is going to be dynamic. So whatever we called it here, we have this parameter in the function. But at this point, what we have to do is pass in the value type here. So this can be a string, this can be a slug field, and it can also be an integer if you're using something like IDs. So that's what we're doing. We have a dynamic value, close it off with the closing slash, and then we'll do views.advocate detail. And I'll just do detail like that instead of details. Just don't like the fact that it's plural, so we'll just do advocate detail like that. All right, so let's test these out. We're almost done with the basic configuration. Someone's asking about non-JSON responses. I mean, I've covered that a bunch on my channel. That's pretty much every other response. You can use the render method, render out a template, or a simple HTTP response. I won't get into that right now. It's more of not a basic thing, but it doesn't have anything to do with APIs at this point, unless you're trying to return XML data, which that I'm not going to get into. Okay, so let's check this out. We'll close out Paul's Twitter account, and let's go to port 8000. Let's try going to advocates. Okay, for some reason it's not working. Let's see what's going on. String attribute or object has no attribute views. Let's check this out. We have our string, and then, all right, let's see. What am I missing here? Okay, path advocates views.advocate list. Okay, so I think I may have thrown in the wrong endpoint. Yeah, it auto fixed that. So detail, it's basically saying we don't see this section, this username value inside of our view. All right, so okay, views.advocate detail. Just save this real quick. Let's go ahead and close this out and then restart it. Let's see if the error goes away. Okay, advocates, views, advocate list. Oh, I think I added in a dot instead of a comma. So yeah, that's the issue here. All right. Yeah, somebody called it out. So if I go to /advocates, here we go. We see Dennis, Max, and Tadas. And then if I pass in a name to the same endpoint, and I'm sorry that it's a little zoomed out. I don't know how to zoom in on a Mac, at least not this top part in the browser, but it's just my root domain advocates. And then I'm going to throw in a name like Dennis. Now we're going to see Dennis. And at this point, these aren't in the database. So whatever I put in to the URL, let's just throw in Paul. And that's going to be the dynamic value. So we have those three endpoints. Okay, so now it's time to actually create some database objects. We're going to serialize those and render those out. But before we do that, let's actually use the Django REST framework. So let's start with that. So we have Django. That's basically like a full stack application because you can build a front end with the Django templating engine. You have the server side database, all the views and endpoints. The Django REST framework is an awesome library that basically creates a wrapper around Django or on top of Django that builds or makes for building APIs a little bit easier. And what I'm going to do here is actually go slowly through this process, and I'll actually read the documentation with everyone. So REST framework. And we're just going to go ahead and follow this along. So we have the Django, or follow along with this. So we have the Django REST framework, and then we have the Django docs. So two different things technically. This Django REST framework is a package on top of it. And I've noticed that Django actually added dark mode, which is funny because I'm more of a dark mode person, but because I'm used to reading the Django docs in light mode, I really don't like dark mode with this docs or with the Django documentation. Okay, so Django documentation, Django REST framework documentation. So we're going to go ahead and run this install. So if I go here into tutorials, actually we'll start on the left here. We'll go to installation. We're just going to go ahead and run this pip install. It's pip install Django REST framework, all as one word. And then we need to add it to our app here. So let's go ahead and do this. So we'll go in here and we're just going to open up a new terminal. And I'm still in my virtual environment. So we'll just do pip install Django REST framework. Get that set up. Okay. And then we just need to go ahead and add that to our project. So in here, I usually have my apps that are built in at the top, and then my apps that I'm creating as far as for my projects here, I usually keep those separate. So REST framework like that. So any installed apps I'm usually putting above or below just to separate them from the built-in apps that I'm making. So we have the Django REST framework. Once we do this, we install the package. We have it inside of installed apps. We're going to go ahead and start using the views from the Django REST framework. So if we go to tutorials, actually, let's go to topics, maybe API guide. We're going to go into views. And essentially what we need to do is we can create class-based views and function-based views with the Django REST framework. Let's see. I'm getting a little distracted by the chat, so I'll actually ignore that for now. So we can create class-based views, function-based views. If we're creating class-based views, we have these mixins that we can pass in. With function-based views, we just add decorators that basically give us all the functionality that the Django REST framework provides. So here, we're going to import this API view decorator. What we do here is we keep our same views. We simply wrap our views with this decorator, pass in some information about it, and then we use this response method, which is a lot better than the JSON response that we are currently using. We have a lot more functionality with that. So you'll see what I mean in a second. So we have it installed, so we're ready to do this. So inside of our views, we're just going to modify these 3 views. So the first thing is, we're going to go ahead and import from REST _ framework decorators. And then we're just going to import API _ view. So that's going to be the decorator. And then from, I don't know why it's underlined like that. It's not a misspell. So from REST _ framework. And then this is going to be .response. We're going to import response, and that's going to be with a capital R. So if we go ahead and wrap these endpoints with this decorator, so we're going to do @API _ view. And for anybody that doesn't know what a decorator is in Python, it's basically a way of adding functionality to a function. So it's kind of like you can almost think of it as middleware in a sense, but really it's not. It's just basically something that can wrap your function. Let's say you want some code to execute before the function executes, or you want to add in some information to that function. You can put a decorator that basically like encapsulates a function. So with this decorator, we're wrapping this function here, and we can pass in a list of request methods. So we can pass in a get request, we can pass in post, put, patch, delete, and so on. But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to leave this at a get request. So I don't want anyone sending data to this endpoint. That's what post does or put does. I just want people to be able to get data from this. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and wrap that. And then we're going to change this to use this response method. So we're going to do response, and then we can get rid of save. So before we add this to the other views, let's go ahead and go to this endpoint, and you're going to see something change here. So if we go to our root domain, okay, so this is a combination. I'm glad this happened. What's going on here is I actually have been working on other Django applications, and I have a session inside of my browser's cookies, and I just need to delete that because it's currently looking for that session. So the error looks like this, and I'll zoom out a little bit. It just says no such table as Django session. So when Django sees this inside of our cookies, so let me zoom in here. We're going to go to application. If you go to cookies and go to localhost, because I was working on another Django application, we have the session ID, the CSRF token, and so on inside of our cookie. So this is actually being sent back to my application, and Django can't find this because my application, as you can see here, we haven't run any database migration. So we're going to see this error in red. So basically, we don't have any tables, so it doesn't know what to do. It's kind of like this weird overlap. So we're just going to go ahead and click delete. So go to application, storages, cookies, click on your domain, and delete that. So once we delete all of these, this error will go away. So again, that happened when we added the Django REST framework, because that is one way of handling authentication. So glad that happened because I've seen that issue a lot. But if you look at this endpoint now, notice that we have all this structure around it. So we see this overlapping everything. We see this get request. We see these options here. We see information about our HTTP headers. Let me go ahead and refresh that. And then we see our endpoint. So it's sort of like it's decorated, it's styled up. And what's happening is that decorator gives us all that functionality. And we actually have this like interactive UI to work with our API. Now, if we want to see this as raw data, we can actually go ahead and just click JSON. It's going to go ahead and prefix our endpoint with a question mark format equals JSON. So this is how the data will look like when you call it. But while we're looking at it, we see this interactive UI here. So another thing here is notice that we have this get request. This means that we're sending a get request every time we visit this endpoint. We can actually change this. So if we were to allow, let's say, post request, let's just do post. If we were to save this, we're going to see, or we should see this form appear down here. So when we add a post request, it basically means, hey, we can now send data. So we'll say something like user, and then let's say we want to add in a user named Dennis to the database if this is what our endpoint looked like. So we have this form now the second we added in a post request. So if we remove it, this will go away. And that's the power of the Django REST framework. So you notice the form isn't there anymore. So we get this interactive UI, so we don't need something like Postman, even though I still will use it at some point, but it gives us the UI to at least get started with all this. And I see Francesco is in the chat. Awesome. Francesco, thank you for the donation. Good luck with dinner, $2. We'll have to go out to McDonald's tonight. I appreciate that, Francesco. That's awesome. Glad to have you here. I think Paul's still here too. Cool. Robin, Postgres, MySQLite. Oh, I'm assuming that's a conversation between everyone here. Yeah, SQLite is not for production. It's a file-based database. A lot of people have issues with that where they'll deploy their application and then they'll add data to it. They'll work with their app, and then once they load in their application, let's say an hour from that moment, the data will disappear. So that's what an SQLite database is. It's just a file-based database. So it's only stored there temporarily if you have it hosted somewhere, but it's actually storing things in a file, which once you deploy it, I don't know how that works, but yeah, it's not for production. It's meant just to get things up and going real quick. Yeah, don't deploy with SQLite. I actually did that. That's actually a mistake I made when I first started. So don't be embarrassed about that. All right, so let's clean up the rest of our views. We're just going to add in this decorator. We're going to change the response. So all of these have the same response and the same context passed into them. So we're just going to go ahead and throw this in here. And then now if I go to each endpoint, let's say we go to /advocates. Now we see this. And then if we go to an advocate with a username, let's just say Dennis. There we go. So we finished. Yeah, Paul says me too. He's also deployed with SQLite. Okay. Funny, SQLite will be faster than Postgres, I'm assuming. Yeah, it will be. It's a file-based database. You're not actually querying a database. It's just not going to be what you need. There's no point in sending data to it because it's going to be erased unless you have like this weird cron job that like sends the data to a real database and backs it up. Okay, so we have the endpoints. We have Django REST framework connected. Now let's go ahead and create a model. And let's go ahead and actually build out a database. We're going to use SQLite for now. And then we're going to actually serialize this data and render this out in our view. So right now we have this dummy data, but we want to get some real data. So to design a database in Django, go to your app, which we call base here. And let's go ahead and create these classes. So with Django, we're going to create these classes. These are just objects that are going to represent database tables. So we're going to call this table advocate. So the class name is going to be the table name. So now we're going to have a table called advocates. In order to make this a model, we inherit from models.model. Then what we need to do is we need to specify the fields in this table. So the actual columns. So here we're just going to have a username. The username, we need to specify the type of value it's going to be. So each attribute here, again, is going to be the column. So we'll do username and then bio. So for now, we'll keep it simple and we'll leave it like that. And then maybe we can add more later. So for the username, this is going to be models.character field or char field. So this is going to be just a string value. We're saying the username needs to be a string. And with this one, we just need to add in a parameter. This is going to be one of the required parameters, and that's going to be max length of, let's say, 200. Nobody's username should be longer than that. So for the bio, this needs to be also a text field, but we want to make sure we can add more text in here. Maybe somebody has a long bio. Let's just go ahead and do text field. I still can actually add in max length. So let's just do 250 characters. I think that's what Twitter limits it to. And then I also want to make sure this is a nullable field. So when you save this item to the database, if you want to save it without a bio, you should be allowed to. So we'll set null to true, which means that in the database, this can be saved with nothing in it. And then we can also do blank, also set that to true. And this just simply means that we can't call the save method on this method or on this class without this being blank. Or it basically means that we can save this with no values in here. So this is for the database. This is for Django. So that's the difference between those two. So once we have that, we do want a string representation of this, but I'm going to wait for that and I will show you in a second. So once we have this, we need to run some database migrations. So we want to add this to the database. So with Django, we first need to prep some migrations, which are just going to be basically like the SQL commands that are going to be sent to our database to actually create the table. So we need to first make those migrations. So we have this migrations folder. If we look at this, while I run this command, we'll just do python manage.py make migrations. So this isn't going to change anything in our database just yet, but when we run this, you're going to notice a file appear right here. So 001 initial.py. And every time we make a migration, that'll just increment. And essentially, this is going to be the model that we're adding to the database. And then we're going to run some SQL commands, or Django will run these commands that will automatically add all this to the database. And if you notice here, we did not add an ID. Django by default creates an ID for us, and it's just going to be an integer field. I have tutorials on this and how to make that like a UUID field, which is much safer. But for now, we're just going to leave it like that. So we prep the migrations. Now we want to implement this into the database. If you look in your application, you're going to see this SQLite database. It's db.sqlite3. That's going to be the file-based database. So we're going to implement these changes to our database. Let's see. Python manage.py migrate. So this will go ahead, take those migrations and apply them. Now, we applied the migrations for this table, but when we first created our Django application, by default, Django is a opinionated framework, which means it comes with a lot of built-in stuff with it. So we already have things like sessions tables. We have things like a user. So we're going to actually create a user in our database right now, and you're going to see that we have these pre-built tables that are already ready for us to go that just get migrated into our database. So that red error that we saw in the beginning when we were let's see, when you saw this error, these 18 unapplied migrations, that means when we built our Django application and first set it up, it already had migrations for us to apply. So tables that were ready to be implemented before we even set anything up. So it applied all of those and the table that we just built. So let's go ahead and clear this. And another cool thing about Django is we have this interactive UI to see this data. So right now with SQLite, there is a VS Code extension where we can actually see the tables and the data. You can't just see it by looking at it like this. Well, Django creates this admin panel for us. So if we go to our root directories urls.py file, you see this endpoint called admin, so /admin. That's going to be to our admin panel. So let's go ahead and check this out. So we'll go to the root domain, and then we'll just do /admin. So Django already has this UI set up for us. Now, we can't log in because we have not created a user yet. We have a users table. Django created that by default for us. But what we need to do is go ahead and create that user, and then we can log in. So to create a user, and only, by the way, only users with super user access can access this admin panel. So not just any user on your site. So we need to go ahead and create a super user. So this is going to be python manage.py create super user, all one word. And then once you hit enter, I added in a T there. Once you hit enter, it's going to just go ahead and ask you for some information. We're just going to call our user Dennis Ivy. For the email, we'll just do dennis@email.com, just a fake email. And then I'm going to enter in a password, and then I have to enter it twice. If you don't see it being typed out, that's just for security reasons. So now we have a user. So now if I want to log into the admin panel, I can just go ahead and enter that password. The username is already pre-filled. So this is my admin panel. So what do I see here? So here I can see the users. I just created one user. I see groups. This is another table here. These are all the tables that are already built into Django, but I don't see my advocates table here. So I want to see that because I want to be able to actually add these advocates. This UI gives me the ability to go ahead and edit user information, update things, and so on. So in order to actually see the advocate here, we need to go into our app inside of admin.py, and we need to register a model with the admin panel. So I know a lot of people that have already done this. I'm sorry, I'm re-explaining a lot of things, but just trying to make sure everyone's on board. So we first import our model, and we're going to import the advocate model. So it's in the same file structure. It's admin.py, and then we just do admin.site.register, and we add in the advocate. So once I save this, we're going to see the app and the advocates table appear here. So here we see advocates. Right now, we don't have any advocates in the database, but we can actually add one. We'll go to add advocate. Let's just add in Dadas. And then for the bio, let's just do lorem ipsum. Just get some dummy text in here. I'll just copy this. and we'll paste that in. And here we have one advocate. And then if I want to add in another one, we'll just do Dennis. And I'll actually add in a bio here. And then we'll just do Max. Okay, so a few things here. First of all, you notice how it just says advocate object and then the instance of it. I believe that's actually the ID. What we can do here is go ahead and go to our model and give it like a string representation. So when we call this model, what's going to be the value that shows and when we don't call a specific attribute. So we can go ahead and do this by creating a method for the model. We'll just do str double underscore pass in self, and then we'll just do return. We'll get to the API section soon, I promise. Next one. Okay. Return self dot, and we'll just do username. Right. So now if I go ahead and refresh that, and I don't need to run a migration because it's just a method, here we see the names. Okay. So now we want to render this out inside of our view. So let's go ahead and try this. We're actually going to run into an error, but I do want to show you what happens and then the solution for it. So if I go ahead and import from models, import advocate. So in our views, in order to actually get all these advocates, we're going to go ahead and just comment that out. And we're going to do advocates is equal to advocate objects. And by the way, Django, one of the best things about Django is its built-in ORM. So typically with something like Flask or Fast API, you can use SQL Alchemy. Django has a built-in ORM, and it's one of my favorites to work with. It's absolutely amazing. And this is one of the things that we can do here. So we can actually call the objects method. Yeah, it's like the objects method. And then we can call .all, which will actually go into our database and query all of the advocates. Kind of self-explanatory. So let's say we want to render this out inside of the advocates list. So what I could do in theory is just go ahead and pass in advocates here, just like we did with the other stuff here with data. I can save that. And then what happens when I try to open this up here? So if I try to go to, let's close out Cados. If I try to go to this endpoint, we're going to see this error. So object type of advocate is not a JSON serializable. So quick background, when you get this kind of data, you need to serialize it, or it's called pickling also. It basically takes like a class or a dictionary and it modifies that data into JSON data. And JSON data is like that uniform data structure or data type, I guess, that we can work with. And that's usually what you're using with APIs. Well, we can't serialize a class, or we can't serialize these objects because this is a class right here. We're actually querying these instances and we're trying to render that out. So the response method could serialize a list like this. It also could serialize, in theory, a dictionary, but it can't serialize a class. It's too advanced of a data type here. So what we need to do is we need to create a serializer that actually takes this data, converts it, and then we can render that out. So for this, inside of our app, we're going to create a file called serializers.py. So a serializer is just going to be a class that takes that data structure that we have, and then it's going to know how to serialize it based on the data or the information that we give it. So the first thing is, in the serializers.py file, we're just going to go ahead and import from rest_framework. We're going to import model serializer. And we actually need to do from rest framework.serializers. Okay, so all this information is inside of the serializers page here. So let's go into, let me zoom out a little bit, just too zoomed in. So in the API guide, we can go to serializers. Essentially, we're just going to import these serializers that are like classes, and then it's going to convert the data into something like this here, if you can see that. So into JSON data. So we import this model serializer, and the model serializer at a minimum needs the model in the fields that we want to render or serialize. So from .models, first of all, we want to import this. This is going to be the advocate model. And then the serializer itself will be a class. And traditionally, I like to call this by the model name and then serializer. So this will be advocate serializer. Never say that word and type it. Okay, so we have an advocate serializer. It inherits from model serializer. That's what's going to make it a serializer. And then we need to add in some data here. So we'll do class meta. And at a minimum, we take in the model that we want to serialize. That's going to be the advocate model, and then the fields. So fields can be, in theory, we can just say, okay, only render out the username and bio. So at this point, these are the only two names, but there is times when you might not want to show all the fields. For example, maybe you have a password in there or some private information. So we could just add in things like bio, username, and so on. Or at this point, I want to make sure all the fields are rendered. So we can just do double underscore all and then double underscore. So we have our serializer. Now, in order to actually serialize data, I feel like I keep saying serializer a lot. Did I misspell advocate? Did I add? Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. This is not going to be fun to fix. I might. Let's see. How do I want to do this? All right, let's do this. I'm going to comment this out. And let's just try this. Let's try to change the model. So add ovocate. Add ovocate. Okay, let's try this. I think it's going to run into some errors because I'm running these imports. By the way, good call. I really appreciate that. Discord link is in the video description. I see someone asking about that. Let's try this. Let's try to rerun the migration. So with Django, you can also rerun migrations. Okay, let me run the server, and then I'll do this from the other terminal. So when you make a change to the database, if you're modifying a field or changing a field, you can just go ahead and run Python after you change the field. You can rerun this, manage.py, make migrations. Okay, so advocate. So what's happening here is I have all these imports, and I just need to go ahead and remove them for now. Let's just turn that into a string. I'm sure there's a better way to do this, but for now, I just need to make sure any reference to this name is modified. So we're even going to go into apps.py or admin.py, and let's just comment out any reference to that model. Okay, was a model base advocate renamed to advocate? We're going to hit Y for yes, renamed it. Python manage.py, migrate. Really good call because I'm glad I didn't go too far into that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is go back here, uncomment all the references to it, advocate. Let's just change all these. In serializers, we're going to change advocate. Okay, we just need to modify all these. And then inside of our views, remove the string value from there. And then now we have advocate. Okay, so that should be good for now. So let's try to use this serializer. Let's see if I have any errors. Okay, no errors at this point. So now we created a serializer, and we want to use this. So we're going to go into our views, and we're just going to say from serializers. So it's in the same file right here inside of our app. From serializers, import advocate serializer. Why didn't we import serializers? Advocate, did I not import it? So we did from REST framework, serializers, import model serializer. So I did import that, and then I just imported it into my views. Okay, so now in here, remember, we're getting an error when we're trying to render out these advocates. So what we need to do is we need to go ahead and use that serializer. So serializer is going to be equal to advocate serializer. So all we need to do is pass in the actual data. So we query the database. We have this array or list of data or query set. So we're going to take that entire query set, pass that into the advocate serializer, and then we need to pass in the many parameters. So it's basically asking us, are we serializing a single object or are we doing multiple? So many is going to be true here because we are serializing multiple, which basically means that we're going to turn this into a list of objects here. So once we get that serializer, we can go into the response, and then we can do serializer.data. So the serializer is a class instance right now, and we need to get the data attribute from that. So let's go ahead and go to that view now. And if I refresh it, now we see all the data. So this is about how far we got in Francesco's stream when I was doing that. So we just got the data. Now we're dealing with real data from the database. So let's go ahead and continue. We're going to make this searchable in a second. But before we do that, let's go ahead and query an actual user. So we're just going to do advocate is going to equal to advocate, not the serializer. So dot objects. Then we'll do dot get. So we're getting a single advocate. And then we're going to do username. So the parameter that we want to get this user by. So we're going to say, go ahead and look for the username attribute and then pass in the username in the URL parameter. So we're going to get the advocate. Then we're going to go ahead and specify the serializer. And then we'll do advocate serializer. We'll pass in the advocate that we want to serialize. So once you get past this, this is like the repetitive part. You'll get really good at this once you do it a few times, and it's going to be really fast. So many at this point is going to be false. So we're basically saying we're not going to return back a list. We want to return back a single object. So now we can just go ahead and pass in serializer.data. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass in dadas here. So now we get the object. If we pass in Dennis here, let me remove the comment so we can see this. Sorry, I might have covered up a few things. Let me just change the view too. Okay, so now we should see each advocate. So we have Tadas, Dennis. We'll do Max here. And there we go. So the data is now serialized. We're returning that. And let's see, what do I want to do at this point? I think it's time to make this searchable. So we might work on pagination later, but let's go ahead and make the advocates endpoint searchable. And let me know right now. I know that, let's see, if I go to that poll, let me check what the poll numbers are for that. I want to see how many people have used the Django REST framework, because I'm trying to decide if I should do CRUD. Do you all want me to do CRUD, basically create, read, update, and delete using the Django REST framework and actually show you how to build out like a RESTful API? Maybe we can do that after adding in the search functionality. And I'm not sure if I'm going to do the front end today. I do think I want to build out the full front end for Kados. In fact, most likely I will. So I do want to build this out right here too. So I will do that. We'll deal with cores, maybe authentication. Okay, so we have a few yeses for CRUD. Let's just do a quick poll. Let's see, in our poll, 792 votes, 47% have used the Django REST framework, 53% have not. Okay, so I'm putting out the poll. Should I talk about CRUD? That is a new poll in the chat. I'll watch the results for now. Let's go ahead and build in search. Because the Kados.dev will not have CRUD functionality here, but I wouldn't mind covering that. It's going to take maybe about 10 to 15 minutes, hopefully. But at least just to cover that for anybody that wants to use this video as a crash course. Okay, so let's talk about search now. So for search, what I'm going to do here is go ahead and add in an option for a query parameter. So let's do this. We're going to go ahead and get the query from the front end. So we're going to do query is equal to request. So we're going to access the request object. And let me make this full screen so it doesn't cover everything here. Request.get. So we're getting the get parameter. We can also get the post request like that. So we're getting the get request. And then we're going to do .get. And we want to get the query value. So what's going to happen here is if I go ahead and print this out, go ahead and print query. If I don't have that get value in the request parameter, then nothing's going to happen, and query is just going to be none. So this value should just be none. Let me create some space here. It shouldn't have anything here. So if I just go ahead and go to this endpoint and then we check this out, we're going to see none for query. So you can see that. But if I pass in, let's say, we'll remove the /, we'll just do query. So this is that query parameter. Let's just pass in Dennis. So if I pass this in, it's not going to change anything to my endpoint because we're passing that in as an extra parameter. But if I look at the URL, we're going to see query as Dennis. So basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to check if we have a query. If we do have it, we're going to go ahead and run a filter. So we're going to say if query is not equal to or is equal to none. So if we have no value there, let's go ahead and do query is equal to an empty string. So an empty string basically means that we're not adding any search filter. So we're just going to go ahead and do that. And I'm sure there's a more efficient way of doing this. But for now, that's all we're going to do. And then we're just going to run a filter. This is going to be a very easy filter. And we're going to say username. Username is equal to query. Or not equal to. Let's just do user username is _I contains. So this is another query that we can run, and that's going to be equal to the query. So let me explain what's going on. So if I did username is equal to the query, that means the search match has to match exactly. So let's say if I started typing in DENNI and didn't put in the S, then it wouldn't find it because it's looking for an exact match. But if I do contains, it basically says, hey, as long as the query has some letters that the username contains, like even if I just said, what does my name contain? What if I just passed in NNIS? So that means that it would find that because that username contains that value somewhere here. If I pass in I, that just basically means it's case insensitive. So if I did contains like that, if for some reason I did the search in all caps, but my name has Dennis in lowercase, it wouldn't find it. So I contains just basically means find all of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this test. Let me go ahead and add in that query again. So it's question mark. Gosh, I don't know if you can see that. Let me go ahead and pass this into here as a comment. So this is what the query actually looks like. So we just have our endpoint. So I just go to advocates, question mark, like that. And then I pass in the query parameter. So that's what I'm getting right here. Okay, so we got that query. So now if I go ahead and run that, check it out, I have Dennis. So if I start typing with D, let's see, Tadas has a D in his name. Dennis has it. Max does not have D in there. So if I start typing in DE, my name is the only one that has that value in there. So that's what's happening. Okay, so if I want to search by multiple values, what I could do is I can also go ahead and add in a comma here. And I can say, let's go ahead and move this over. I can go ahead and say bio _I contains, and this is equal to the same query, right? So I could do that. The issue here is that whatever the query is has to be the same value. The username and the bio have to contain that specific value. So what I want to do here is I want to add in or conditions. So imagine if, let's say I was searching by a company. Let's actually go to Kados and let's go ahead and change up a few things here. So we'll just do Agora. I'm going to grab my bio here. We're just going to go into our Django admin panel. And I did say the stream is going to be a little bit more casual. So, I'm not sure why that error happened. Okay, so we'll go to Dennis. We're going to update my bio. We'll save this. We'll go to Dadas and Max. We'll get both of their bios, and I want to show you exactly how this is working. So we'll go to Dadas. So both of these people, or all three of us, have Agora IO in our bio. But what if I wanted to find somebody, let's say from MongoDB? So we'll go to Max here, and then we'll do a quick search for Mongo, and we're going to find my friend Jesse here. So Jesse CodeStacker, or AKA CodeStacker, is a developer advocate at MongoDB. So we'll just go ahead and do Jesse. We'll throw in his bio, and we'll pass that in. So the problem here is if I run this query, wherever that is, let me slow down here. So if I run this query and if that search doesn't contain both of those values, let's say I want to look up MongoDB. So let's just do question mark Mongo. Maybe question mark query is equal to Mongo. And I'll watch the chat here in a second. Let me just finish this up. So that's the search. So Jesse has MongoDB in his bio, right? Why isn't Jesse showing up here? Well, the issue is I said the username and the bio has to contain that query. So we have these things called Q lookup. So we'll just do Django Q lookup. And this is basically something that works with the Django ORM that allows us to add in more dynamic or complex query sets here. So what we can do here is we can import the Q lookup method, wherever that is. Import Q. Okay, so from Django.models, we're going to import Q here. And we can run and or queries. Okay, so with Q, all I have to do is wrap this inside of Q. So open and closing tags there. And then I'll just do Q, not tags, but parentheses, right? Yeah, parentheses, opening, closing parentheses. So I can add in an and attribute that says, hey, the username or the query has to be in both of these values, or I can do a pipe and that's going to be the or. So as long as the query, the value that I passed it to the query is in either one of these, then it works. So may have over explained a little bit, but let's check it out. And now if we do a search for, let's do Mongo, because I want to find every developer advocate at MongoDB. So check it out. So the query found this value here, MongoDB, even though Mongo is not in Jesse's name. So that is search. So we have that taken care of. Let's go ahead and check that poll. Should we add CRUD? 83% of people said yes out of 132 votes. Okay, we're going to do some CRUD stuff here, but I want to talk about RESTful APIs versus APIs. So the problem here is I actually put out a tweet on this topic, and I basically said that it seems like not a lot of people know the difference between an API and what a REST API is. And it's kind of concerning because they are two different things. An API is simply what we built. It's basically an access point to some kind of backend to interact with data, whether that's getting data and searching for it. A REST API, REST stands for Representational State Transfer, I believe. That's just a way of building out APIs. It doesn't mean the same. REST is basically just a way of doing it. You don't need to make every API RESTful. There's also GraphQL APIs, I believe. Let me just look this up real quick. Let me do some research. REST APIs, reverse, and then we'll just see. So there's different types of APIs. There's also SOAP APIs, SOAP. So it's just a structure of how you build APIs. So to talk about REST here, and I'm going to do this in a technical way because I don't like explaining the technical way. You can always just look that up. REST basically, in summary, is a structure of building out APIs. And really what it does is it follows like the HTTP verb method here. So essentially, let's say if we have these endpoints, right, we have advocate list. In a RESTful API, let's say I wanted to add an advocate to this endpoint, right? One way of doing this would be to create a view, or let's say I wanted to create an endpoint that adds an advocate to the database. What I could do is I could do API underscore view, go ahead and accept a post request, and then let's just call this add advocate, pass in request, and then we'll just do return. Yeah, basically we continue here, and then we'll just do return response. I'll actually just finish this up here. So I'm really trying to hammer this point down because an API is not the same as a RESTful API. So we'll just say added, right? So in this view, we will just say something like advocate.objects.create. And then we would just say the username is equal to request.data. And then we'll take in the username, whatever we sent from the front end, and so on. So this endpoint would just simply add the advocate to the database, right? But this isn't RESTful. So for this, we'd have to create a URL here. And then this URL would say something like add advocate, and so on, right? So we'll just do something like that. So not really a RESTful API. So we need to follow the HTTP methods. And this is where someone's mentioning class-based views. Yes, they do help with this. And I might cover that if we have time, but I'm going to do that towards the end. So to make this RESTful, basically what we would do is we would say, hey, if we want to add users to the database, or let's just write this out right here. So if we want to get users, we're going to send a GET request to advocates right here. If we want to add a user, we're going to send a GET request, or we're going to send a post request to the same endpoint. So basically, we're sending one request to the same endpoint, and this will add a user. So depending on the HTTP verb, we're going to change the action. Now, if we want to get a single user, we would send a GET request to advocates / and then we're going to pass in the ID. If we want to update a user, we would send a post request or a put request to, and I know I'm misspelling advocates here continuously. If anyone has any questions about this, let me know. So we're going to send a put request to this endpoint. So notice it's the same exact endpoint. If we want to delete this user, we're going to send the same request to advocates / /ID. So that's not exactly what a REST API is by technical definition. It's more RESTful though. There's more that goes into it. But notice we have two endpoints. We have advocates and we have advocates with an ID. Doing advocates. I don't know if that makes sense to everyone, but that's kind of the structure you're following here. So let's see. I heard MongoDB doesn't work with MongoDB very well. I'm assuming you're talking about Django. Yeah. It doesn't work well with Django. I have a video on that. So that's kind of the idea here. So let's go ahead and build this out. And then we're going to talk about the maturity of an API because there's levels of restfulness to it. And this is what I like to reference. And I would highly recommend you look this up. Let's just do RMM REST API. So it's called the Richardson maturity model. And it ranks your restfulness by these 4 different levels. And we'll talk about this here. So we'll get to this in a second. I want to actually go ahead and code this out because that might be too advanced for some people. But let's talk about adding a user. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and remove that query. And we're going to say if the request dot method, if this is equal to post, and we actually might do class-based views in a second. So now we're on CRUD and we're talking about REST APIs. If the request method is get, and this is what we're doing right now, then what we're going to do is we're going to run all this logic here. So if we go to advocate list, if it's a get request, go ahead and do everything that we're doing. Right? So we'll just add in a question. We'll just say handles get requests. So that's advocate list. So if we go here, let's check it out. And let's just remove our search query. Should have used a simpler word because for some reason I can't spell advocates. Advocate. Let's see in our URLs. I think I accidentally deleted a path here. There we go. So advocates. So we still have that. Okay, so when we go to advocates, here we have all of our advocates. If we want to add an advocate, we're going to go ahead and tell this view, hey, go ahead and accept a post request. So we also want to accept a post request, but then we need to handle that post request. So if we have a post request, then we run this condition. So if request.method, if this is equal to post, then we want to go ahead and add in a user. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and take this logic. Let's delete all that. So we don't create a separate view for it. We simply add in something like this to our view. And again, just class-based views actually fix this. Okay, so if we send a post request, what we can actually do here is we can go ahead and create a user. So we're going to do advocate.objects.create, and we pass in data through request data. I believe that's how you can access it. I'll actually comment that out and test it. We also want the bio. So that's going to be request.data, and this will be equal to bio, like that. Okay, so once we have that, we just want to go ahead and return response, and we'll just do, let's see, how do I want to do this? Actually, I think I'm going to redirect the user. I don't know why we have these imports. We're going to redirect the user to the same view, but we're going to return. Actually, no, here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create the advocate. We'll just do advocate equal to the newly created object, and then we're going to serialize this advocate, and then we're going to return it. So we'll just do serializer is equal to advocate serializer. We'll pass in the advocate, and then many is going to be false. Okay, and we can get that data, and we can return it. Data. All right, let's give this a test. So first of all, I'm going to comment this out. We're just going to return a random response, so return. And let's just print out request.data. So now if I go to this endpoint, we should see this formed because we added in the post request for something that we can, or we added in a post request, so it accepts that. So here we're just going to go ahead and say something like username, and this is going to be equal to let's say Tim. We're going to add in an easy name here. We'll just copy this just in case we want to do this again. If I send it, if I go here, here we see Tim. So that data was sent. So that's how we access that. So let's go ahead and uncomment that. And here we go. So we send this post request. We're going to add in Tim. Send it. Bio. Okay, we didn't add a bio. So that's something we also need to do. So we'll just go ahead and pass this in, and we'll just say bio and then likes to code. Send it. And now Tim was added to our database. So we just dealt with creating an object. So we already did read for a list for a single item, and now Tim is inside of that list. Now if I refresh it, send a get request, Tim was just added. So that's what we did here. So just to recap, we send JSON data. So this is just like a text field here, but we're adding in the JSON object. We have a bio and a username. We send the data to the same endpoint. So we're not having to have all these different endpoints. We still only have these two main endpoints. We sent a post request to advocate list. We processed it right here. And then that's how we added that user. And I will, again, really briefly talk about class-based views actually. So I see a few questions. Let's just check in. Why do we need data in JSON? Just use simple. Just use Django, simply not DRF. DRF is going to make your life a lot easier. I promise you that. A lot of functionality, especially when it comes to authentication. Someone's talking about Jinja. Yeah, I mean, if you're not building an API, you don't need to do this. Django does have Redis cache support. You actually just added that. Okay, so let's talk about put and delete. So we'll go into the next two, and then we'll modify this into class-based views. Okay, so for advocate details, we're going to send 3 requests here. So for advocate details, we are going to send a put request. So the difference between post and put is post is usually for adding items to a database. Put is usually for updating. You can also use patch. And then we also have delete. There's also delete request here. So these are all going to go to the same endpoint because we have the advocate and we have the URL. That's what we need to delete, get and update an item. Okay, so we're going to do the same here, or the same thing here. We're going to add in a condition. I'll keep watching the screen, make sure I'm not covering anything. So if the request method is equal to get, first thing we want to do is go ahead and return this data. So we'll return that. If the request is post, we'll add in a condition for that. So if request method, not post, but put. If this is put, then what we want to do is go ahead and we want to get the user. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to take this method because I don't want to repeat it. And we're just going to put it out here because on every instance, we're going to get the user. So we're going to get the user, and then we're just going to do advocate dot, see how do I want to do this? Advocate dot username is going to be equal to request dot data username, and then we're just going to duplicate this for the bio. And again, this is one way of doing things. There's always like 5 or 10 different ways of doing the same thing. So we're just simply going to send the data, update it, or update the values, and then call the save method. So we don't save anything until we actually run through all of this. And then we're just going to go ahead and serialize this data, which I'm just going to copy right here. There's probably a cleaner way of doing this exact section right here, but we're just going to go ahead and modify the user. So let's go ahead and check this out. So let's update Dennis's information. So we'll just do username. This is going to be Dennis. Okay, so we got Dennis. And by the way, if we go to a user that doesn't exist, we're going to get this error, advocate doesn't match the query. We're not going to worry about error handling right now. So at this point, I want to update Dennis's information. So let's go ahead and let's just do the name. So we'll do user name is going to be equal to Dennis Ivy. And you do need to use double quotes, I believe, here, because that's how JSON data works. But I could be wrong. And for the bio, we'll just say, I just updated my bio. Okay, so if you look at the data right now, we see username Dennis ID to bio, and then it has my Twitter bio. So if I send this data to the same endpoint to advocate detail, we're going to go ahead and send the put request. So right here, put request. So here we see put. If I send it, now we see Dennis Ivanov or Dennis Ivy. The information was updated, and now we have create, read, update, and we just need to go through delete. So let's add in one more user. So let's actually go into advocates here, and we're just going to throw in a new user. We'll just do Dennis IV2. Add this user, and now we're going to see Dennis IV2 as user with the ID of 6. So what if I want to delete this? So we're going to go ahead and go to this user. We're going to go to this endpoint, and I want to send a delete request. So if the request.method, if this is equal to delete, let's go ahead and call advocate.delete. And that's it. And we'll just do return response, and then we'll just say, actually at this point, I want to redirect a user. I just want to redirect a user back to the list of all the advocates. So we'll just do return redirect, and we're going to send the user to advocates. And I think I can do this right here. If not, I need to provide a name for the URL. So let's go ahead and find this. So we're on Dennis IV2. And at this point, again, usually you're doing this with JavaScript on the front end, but let's just send the delete request. So are you sure you want to delete this user? We send it, and delete method is not allowed. That's weird. Did I not add that? Okay, let's see. Give me a second. If request method is equal to delete, it should be allowed. Let's try this again. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so return redirect, and for some reason redirect didn't work. So what I could do is I can put a name on an actual URL. We'll just do name, and then we can send the user to this endpoint just by passing in the name of the URL. So we can actually name URLs. So let's delete a user. Let's delete Jesse. Okay. So if I call the delete method, we run it. Delete method is not allowed. That's so weird because it keeps sending it to the same endpoint. I'm a little bit confused. So it works partially. I'll fix this issue right now. It does work partially because Jesse is no longer in our list here. Okay, let's see. Give me a second. If request method is delete, advocate.delete, return, redirect. All right, we'll do one more for Tim. Let's just try this. Okay, user was deleted. There we go. Okay. So it's working. For some reason, redirect just doesn't work with Django REST framework. So I'm assuming there's got to be a different way to do this. All right, so we just took care of CRUD. So we had quite a bit of people request that. Let's see, out of 267 votes, 82% said they wanted to see CRUD. So if you wanted to rewatch that, we just added that in. So let's actually convert this into class-based views, and then we're going to talk about cores, maybe authentication, and maybe build out a front end. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to put out a new poll. And let's just end this one. Give me a second. I'm just working with the, let's see, give me a second. So I have it paused. So we'll just do new poll. Actually, let's do this. So what do you want to see most? Let's just do the answer. Front end with React authentication, because I'll do class-based views right now, but while we're working on that, and then I'll just do both here. So do you care to see both? So ask the community. put that out there. So make sure to vote on that and let me know what you think. If you want to see both, because I know some people are Django developers, so they don't care. I definitely want to work on authentication, but we also don't have to do the front end if we just do the auth with JSON web tokens and so on, because I do want to build this out. We're getting there. Okay. So class-based views, I actually have not worked on this for a little bit, but let's actually talk about the Richard Morrison? I forgot his name. Richardson maturity model. Okay. So I think there was a good article on here somewhere that I really liked. So basically there's different levels to how RESTful your API is. I know some people may have just joined, but we talked about REST APIs and there's different levels to it. So the first level here, let's see, level 0. So let's start with level 0. So the first one is basically where you have one endpoint. Okay, let me just read this real quick. Sorry, I'm gonna recap. Level 2. Okay. Level 0 of the maturity model does not make use of any URIs or HTTP methods and Helios capabilities. Okay. So basically what happens is you have a single URL. Let's say it would be like my API or mywebsite.com/API. And all you're doing is sending post requests. I believe that's going to be it. And then you just send information with that URL, like what you actually want it to accomplish when it gets to the backend. So that's level 0. That's a pretty bad REST API. Level 1 here is going to be it's going to make use of different URIs, but it's not going to have any HTTP methods. So we're still sending one HTTP method. We're still sending one HTTP method with different information with it. And then level 2 is going to be, but I'm actually explaining this really bad, so just give me a second to think. Level 2 is going to be making use of the URIs and HTTP methods. So basically what we did here, where we have these two endpoints, we're making use of the URIs. So we do have different URLs here or endpoints. And then we have different HTTP methods that go to these endpoints. So we're actually splitting up the logic with that. Number 3 would be Helios. And basically that's where you start linking within your APIs. Basically providing links. Like if we go to, for example, if we went to all of our advocates, we would be able to see, like, let's say if there was a relationship somewhere, we'd be able to see links to those other relationships and so on. So it's basically the ability to read your API without really having to even understand documentation and so on. And by the way, I did realize we didn't talk about relationships either. So we should probably cover that too. So I'll spend some time on that. And based on the poll, 50% or 48% want me to do both. 32% want to talk about authentication. 20% want to talk about front end and React. So before we get to relationships, let's go ahead and let me make a note for myself. I want to talk about class-based views, and then we'll go into relationships. I'm just putting this in my phone. Let's see how the chat is doing. Okay, so class-based views, I think I might just do one example. So let's see. Let's take this one right here. So you see how long this view is right here? So let me try to change this up a little bit. So this view right here is fairly messy. I mean, it starts on line 54 all the way down to 73. So we're going to rewrite this view as a class right now. So let's go ahead and comment all of this out. And the first thing is to create a class-based view. We're just going to go ahead and instead of a function, we are going to create a class. And usually with classes, you capitalize every word. So advocate, and then detail. And then let's go into the Django documentation. We're going to take a look at class-based views. So we do need to import the API view. There's built-in views that give us a lot of functionality. I'm going to keep this one pretty raw. I'm actually going to build out the view from scratch. So I'm going to build out like a minimalist class-based view. So first of all, instead of the decorator, we're going to go ahead and import from REST framework.views, import API view. So we'll bring this in at the top. Then we're going to go ahead and pass in API view into the actual class. And then what we do here, all we have to do is create these HTTP methods. So we no longer have to ask, hey, is this a GET request? Is this a POST request? We don't need to worry about any of that. All we're going to do is go ahead and just create a method here And let's see, if we look at the example, all we do is use these built-in keywords like get and post, and it's already going to send the traffic based on the HTTP request. So all get requests will be sent to this one right here, to this view. We just pass in self, and then we pass in request, and then the user name like that. So it looks a lot like a function-based view, except for we pass in self in that. So we pass in the same things that we did before right here. Okay, so that's a class-based view. To return the response, again, we're going to do return response, and we'll just do username. Let's just try that for now. Okay, so to actually use this view now, we're going to go into our URLs here, and all we need to do is change the name. Let's just comment this one out. So for a class-based view, all you need to do is use the class-based view name and then do .as_view. So even though we're writing it as a class, at the end of the day, every view is still a function. So we have to call the asView method. So views.advocate_detail.asView. All right, let's give this a test here. Let's start with Dennis Ivy. Okay, so we see username. So the view is working. So again, recap, let's look at the view. All we have is a class inherits from API view. We pass in the HTTP method. So all get requests will be sent here, and we pretty much have the same standard view. So let's go ahead and actually grab the logic here. So we'll get the advocate, paste this in here. We'll get the serializer, bring this in, and then we're going to pass in serializer.data. That's our class-based view. It's a little more to write in the beginning, but then it cleans it up. Okay, so now to handle the post request or the put request, we just do this right here. We create another function. We just say put. I believe that that's how you write it. Okay, yeah, so all we do is we pass in put. We also pass in self. And we pass in request, username. And there, again, there's more efficient ways to write this. I'm just writing this out from scratch here. So we'll just do return response. Let's go ahead and also return back the same view, serializer data. And then we also want to update the view. So we're just going to go ahead and take this logic from that last view and pass that in. Okay, is that making sense to everybody? Maybe you just understood this for the first time, or you still don't understand it. And let me just recap it and see how that's resonating with everybody. So before, we had to write the condition and check the HTTP method. Here, all we do is say send all get requests to this function, all put request to this function, without having to write that condition. And we just had to write another layer on top of it. Okay, someone's saying, okay, understood. Awesome, awesome. And then for delete, it's the same thing. We'll just do a function here, delete. So all delete requests will be sent here. So pass in self, request, username. We can also use view sets. I personally actually don't really like view sets because there's too much abstraction there. That's just another layer on top of this. But yeah, for now, we're going to stick to this. Okay, so here, all we do is go ahead and let me just remove that, and then we just delete the advocate. Okay, and there is I believe it was the get object method where we can actually get the single object. Yeah, so we could try this right here. So again, class-based views give us all this built-in functionality. So I believe we can actually do something like this. And this is why I don't like teaching these, because you really, how do I say this? There's a lot that happens without you fully understanding it. Where function-based views, you see everything that's happening for the most part, and it's easier to understand, and then you can kind of work backwards from there, whereas class-based views don't necessarily have that. So we're just going to modify this. So username, I'm going to pass that in, and we're just going to go ahead and get the advocate object. And then we should be able to just call self.getObject, and that's it. So instead of calling the advocate here every single time, we could, or instead of querying the database, we just pass that in on every request, self.getObject, and then we just pass in user name like that. And then we'll test all this out. And then we'll talk about relationships, and then we'll look at the poll, and we'll talk about authentication, or maybe even both, because right now 47% want us to do both. Okay, so we should be able to just do this, not have to query the advocate every single time. Okay. So let's try this. All right, it's working. Let's just add an advocate real quick. Let's see. We're just going to add a new one. We'll just call this one Eric. So we'll just do username is equal to Eric. Bio. We'll just do I don't know. We'll send a post request. We're going to add this user. Eric is now here. Now we want to go ahead and view Eric. So we'll just do Eric in the URL here. Let's just make this full screen. Okay, so we see Eric. If we want to update this, let's go ahead and say, I now know. And we're going to go ahead and send a put request. Awesome, so it's working. And then if we want to delete Eric, we just delete him, and that's it. So that was how we did that with the class-based view. So it looks a little bit structured. Again, some people like it, some people don't. If I zoom out a little bit, here we have the class-based view from line 56 to line 80. And then if we look at the function-based view, actually the function-based view has less code, but trust me, when you start writing class-based views, they do help abstract this a little bit. So it does make more sense once you get to the advanced levels, but I would say stick to function-based views until then. Okay, so in the get object, try accept Uris advocate. Oh, that's funny. Let's see, what was that? Just a JSON response. We'll just do advocate doesn't exist. Spell exists. Okay, cool. Let's see. Get some coffee here. Take a little break. I'll watch the chat, and let's get to relationships. That's what it was. Okay, so for anybody that's going to be part of the hackathon, this is what you need to build out. It doesn't have to be this extreme, actually. You don't have to, because you don't have to do full CRUD, but your API needs to look something like this. You need to have a list, and then the ability to view a single advocate. If you do that and it's hosted, it does have to be hosted. The requirements are on codebattles.dev. It does have to be hosted. Send that link to me with a GitHub repo, and you are set to go. Let's see. One question: are you enjoying using Django for development? Heck yeah. I love Python. And last weekend, building Kados, I did a lot of web scraping, and I've kind of fallen out of love with Python until this. This really brought back my love for it because this was really fun. I had to get just so much text and put in a web scraper and find all the @ symbols with usernames, clean that data. I mean, it really, I even put out a post. Let's see, what did I say here? It's not notifications, but I put out a post saying something like, deep inside, I want to be a data scientist. Let me zoom in. By the way, follow me on Twitter if you have not yet. This was right around that time because it was just a lot of fun. A lot of fun doing that. I just haven't done that because last time I even did any web scraping or any data analysis was probably in 2017 when I first started using Python. So yeah. All right, let's go ahead and let's oh, by the way, I didn't tweet this, so let me just go ahead and say Python and Django. Get some more people in here, I guess. Cool. Let's see. All right, cool. It's posted. Sounds good. Oh, and by the way, just off the research, top developer advocates, and this isn't like the top developer advocates. It's simply the top ones ranked by Kados. It has nothing to do with their skill set. I know some people thought that this is like me ranking people by their credibility or their skill level. It has nothing to do with that. That's completely random. It's just one way of sorting people. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on relationships. Let's close out my Twitter account. Let's see, get back in the chat. Where did you deploy Kados? So the front end is with React, so that's on Vercel. And the back end, I am using Railway for that. See, do we have to put all the list of advocates or just need to create the API? No, I mean, just put in some, like, go find some advocates. You can put in dummy data in there. That's fine as long as it's working. Yeah, as long as it's working, that's totally fine. So, okay, cool. So let's go ahead and do that. I just needed to take a little break. All right, so for relationships, what we're going to do is we're going to build out another database table here. So we're going to go ahead and say company. So let's go ahead and create this relationship. So we'll say company. Let's say I want to know where a developer advocate works. So we'll just do models.model and company name. So let's just do that. Let's also, no, we're not going to throw in a username for the company. We'll just do the name like that. And then models.char field. So we're going to create a new database table, max length, 200. And then for the company, let's just throw in a bio too. So let's just throw this in right here. And let's go ahead and create a string value for the company. Let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so double underscore self passing self here, return, and we'll just do the name. So self.name, and the ID will be added automatically. Okay, so I'm gonna have to run a migration, add this to the database, manage.py, make migrations, Python manage.py, migrate. Okay, cool. So with that, we're going to want to register this to the admin panel, add a few companies. So admin site.register. And this will be the company. We need to import the company from models. Bring that in. Okay, cool. So we have the company. Let's go ahead and add a few in. We might have to even add in some advocates because I do believe I deleted Jesse. Yeah, so let's go ahead and add in Jesse because I'm going to use MongoDB as the example. So name, and I'm actually going to connect the advocates to these companies. So that's going to be username. So username, and then bio. We'll just get his Twitter bio again. Let's see, what's Jesse's Twitter bio? I guess I could just go to Cautos and grab it from here. So I'll just do MongoDB. Just grabbing this bio, senior developer advocate. All right, cool. So Jesse is now in our list of advocates. Okay, so for the companies, let's just go ahead and find this company information. We'll go to the admin panel. /admin, not advocates. Looks like it's pre-filling the wrong password. So we have companies. We registered this. Let's start with MongoDB, and then we'll just do Agora IO. So we'll get these bios real quick. So paste this in for Agora. Give me a second, just pre-fill some data. See, the bad thing about live streaming is I can't cut this content out. Okay, and then for MongoDB, I just have Twitter open on the left side here, so I'm getting that data from there. Cool. All right, so there we go. All right, so we have our companies, and let's go ahead and create some endpoints for this. And then we want to create the relationship. So I'm just going to stick to function-based views. So we dealt with class-based views, so we'll stick to function-based views for this. We're going to have to create an endpoint for companies here. So companies, and I'm not sure if I'll create all these endpoints, but we'll at least do one view for companies. Okay, so down here, we'll put this under our last view. Let's just do companies list. We need to add the decorator API underscore view. not request, but we're going to send a get request to this. So we won't deal with full CRUD operations with the company. Response. And let's see, I want to get the companies. Right. So when we go to this endpoint, we're going to make a query for the company. Then we'll have to create a serializer. Is equal to company objects all. And we want to get a serializer. We want to import company here. Okay, so a lot of this will be repetitive until we get to the relationships, but I do need to set this part up. Okay, so class meta, we'll pass in the model that we want to serialize. That's going to be company, and fields double underscore all double underscore. All right, there's a bunch of hacking away here. Let's see, views, we're just going to bring in that serializer, company serializer, bring that down here, and let's go ahead and serialize that data. So company serializer, that's going to be companies, we're passing in the query set, and then mini is going to be true. Okay, so serializer.data. We're passing in that data. We have to create the URL for that. That's going to be this one, so path companies / and then views dot company list. Okay, so let's check this out. And we still haven't created the relationships. I keep forgetting about that part, but we'll get to that. So companies, model serializer. Okay, creating a model serializer without the fields attribute. Let's see, what did I do here? Okay, so here we have our companies. We have two companies, MongoDB and Agora. So first of all, let's create that relationship. So there's a few ways we could do this on Kados, and I don't have that endpoint exposed yet. But what I did is I actually added in a company's attribute to the advocate model, because in theory, an advocate could be working for multiple companies. It's not practical. Typically, you only have one job, but hey, in the real world, that's possible to actually work for multiple companies. What I could do here is just create a one-to-many relationship. In fact, that's probably how I'll do it, just for demo purposes. And I'll say that an advocate can only have one company and create a one-to-many relationship instead of a many-to-many. So what we'll do here is we'll just say company like that, and that's equal to models. Models.foreign key. So we're going to create this relationship. We have to say, hey, this relationship is with the company now. And when we use the foreign key value, that establishes a relationship, but we also need an on delete value. This is going to be models dot, let's do set underscore null. So there's two parameters, or I think there's two main ones that we can use. We can also do cascade like that, which basically means that, hey, if we have a relationship between two people and the company gets deleted, what do we do to the child? So what do we do to the advocate? Well, I don't want to delete the advocate, so cascade deletes the advocate. I just want to set this value to null. So don't do anything with the advocate, just set this value to null, don't delete them. So we just added this relationship here. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and run another migration. Oh, here, I also forgot null also needs to be true. So even if we're ever setting this to null, then that also means we need to allow this as a null value in the database. And then we also want to set blank to true, because we could have advocates that don't currently work at a company. So we just want to go ahead and clear that up right there. So let's go ahead and make migrations, migrate it. Oh, and I have this comment open. Sorry about that. So I just ran make migrations and migrate. Okay, so that should add this field to the advocate. So we'll go to Jesse. Jesse works for MongoDB. We'll save it. Max works for Agora. That's my company. Dennis works for Agora. And Tadas also works for Agora. Okay, so how do we see this relationship in the fields here. So right now, if I go to advocates, let's actually, here, let's just keep this list. We see the company ID. So we see that Tadas, myself, and Max work for a company with the ID of 2, and Jesse works for a company with the ID of 1. So there's so many different ways we can go about doing this, but let's say we want to actually list out the company information. So instead of showing an ID, we can actually change this up. So let's talk about, let's see, we'll go to serializers. Let's talk about this relationship. So what we could do, let's see, how do I want to put this together? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the company serializer above the advocate serializer. Then what I could do is I can go ahead and go to that company attribute that's already there. And I believe I could just do company serializer. And what's basically going to happen is it's going to replace that company with the company serializer. And I'm not sure if this is exactly how you do it. Let me actually pull up a GitHub repo. Well, I guess we could test it and then we can see if this works or not. So I believe if I do that, I override it, it should just serialize it. Okay, so that actually worked. So all we did was we overrid the advocate company attribute. We passed in the company serializer. And now instead of just showing an ID, we're actually showing the company name and the bio. So we see each advocate, and then we see that information. So what I'm going to do here is instead of doing all, we're just going to do username, bio, and then I want the company to be last. Okay, so username, bio, company, and that's how we're able to list out information. Now, what if we wanted to go to the companies here and we wanted to see how many employees each company has? So MongoDB, we see the ID, the name, the bio, but we want to see how many employees or how many at least, yeah, I guess we can see the employee count. So what we can do is we can also add method fields to these companies. So what we can do here is just like a model method. We can add in a method and it has to start with get and then underscore, and then we'll just say employees. We'll just do employee underscore count like that. So we can add in custom fields and we need to pass in self and then the object, so the instance of this serializer, and then we'll return and we'll just do count. So count is going to equal to 0. So let's just start there. And then to actually use this, let's see, we do need to add in employee count. I actually have not done this in a while, so I'm trying to remember all this. Employee count. So we don't need to do get. The method has to be called that, but we just go ahead and do that. And then we can do serializer. Let me Google this up real quick. Give me a second. It's called a serializer method field. I think that's what we're going for. Okay. So serializer method field. So we're going to run this import real quick. And we can use this right here. And I believe we have to specify read underscore only. This is one of the values we can set, and that's going to be true. And let's check this out. So employee count, so we basically added in a custom field, get employee count. So the name has to be the same after get underscore. And then if we check this out here, we should see this new custom field right here. So we see employee count is 0. So let's actually get the employees that are related to this specific object. So what we can do is we can go ahead and get object. I believe it's object that refers to the model and self refers to the actual serializer itself. So we'll just do object where count is equal to obj dot, let's see, how does that go? We have models, advocate, so we'll just do advocate underscore set. That's how we get all the children. Underscore set dot all dot count. I believe we can just do dot count like this. And that should actually tell me the total count. There we go. So MongoDB has 1 employee, Agora or developer advocate, and Agora has 2. So we just talked about a parent-child relationship, and we talked about the serializer method fields. So there's also different ways to do many-to-many fields, but I think we're going to keep it at that. So getting to that point. Let's see how long I've been streaming. So almost 2 hours. I think we might have to build out the front end in a second. So I think I'm going to start with that, and then we'll deal with the authentication. Let's see what the voting was like. So everyone wants to do both. Okay, so let's talk about authentication. We won't add it into our app, but I do want to cover that real quick. And then we'll go into building out a front end with all this. So the first thing is there's different ways of handling authentication with Django REST framework. By default, we're dealing with session authentication. That's the default authentication. But when you're building out an application like this, especially for using something like React on the front end, we usually use something like JSON Web Tokens, because our REST API is going to be stateless in the sense of these two applications are going to be hosted in different areas. They don't need to know about each other, and that's where JSON Web Tokens work very well. So let's actually look up JSON Web Tokens. So I want to do a quick course on web tokens. So JSON Web Tokens, in a sense, are just this encrypted token that has information about someone. So if we look at this token, it's all encrypted. You can't really read it. But if you look at the details here, let me zoom in. You look at the details here, we see the algorithm used to encrypt it. We see the type, it's a JWT, so JSON Web Token. And then we see the name is John Doe. It looks like some coordinates about this user and so on. So what we're going to do is we're going to make these tokens, and essentially on every request to authenticate a user, we're going to need to send this token, and that's how we know how we can access a specific user. So like when I go to Twitter, for example, I believe there's going to be a JSON Web Token stored somewhere here. So if I go to inspect element, every application stores it differently. Sometimes people put these in HTTP only cookies, but essentially looks like my auth token is right here. So maybe it's not a JSON Web Token, but it is some kind of token. So on every request, I'm probably sending this or something like this in that request. And that's just how I'm storing it. So let's go ahead and talk about this. So we're going to go to API guide, and let's go to authentication. So there's different ways of doing this. We're going to use a third-party package called Simple JWT. That's what I like to use here. Get some coffee. Okay, so Simple JWT somewhere here. Okay, Django REST Framework, Simple JWT. This is the package that I like to use. So what I want to do is just look up the official documentation, and we're going to install it. So right now we're dealing with session authentication. We're going to change this authentication type to this. So getting started, let's go ahead and run this install. Yeah, we're going to stick to this for now. Okay, so we're going to run this quick install. We'll add in Simple JWT. Let's go ahead and clear this. Once we have that, we need to change our authentication mechanism to use Simple JWT. So Django by default has all this configured, but if we go into settings.py, we're going to see this authentication mechanism is going to be set to session authentication. I don't know what the exact values were, but we're just basically saying, hey, take that default authentication for a REST framework and change it to use JWT authentication from Simple JWT. Now, in order to protect a view, let's start with that before we deal with the actual tokens. In order to make a route or a view private, let's actually just delete this. Let's just go ahead and look at the docs and see how to do that actually. So if we go to API guide, we're going to go to authentication. Let's actually go to permissions. Okay, so let's see. So we could put in default permissions here, which basically can allow any or make every single route private at the root level, but we don't want to do that. So we're going to go ahead and import these permission classes. So it's going to be from REST framework.permissions, and here is an isAuthenticated permission. So all we're going to do is go ahead and add in a decorator. So we need to add in the permissions decorator. So we're going to import this decorator from REST framework.decorators.permission classes. So for each request, all we're going to do is go ahead and say, hey, we want to protect, let's say, all the advocate list here. So we're just going to do permission classes, and then we can pass in a list of permissions. So this right here, this is authenticated permission class, basically says, hey, the user has to be authenticated to see this. That's all it is. So we add that in, we add in the permission itself. Now, if we try to go to the advocate list, let's refresh it. Let's go to advocates. Right here, I get this error. So it's basically saying, hey, you can't access this. You're not authenticated. So how do we get authenticated? So first of all, what we need to do is we need to get this token and we need to send it on every single request. So we first need that token in order to access this. So let's first start, before we get that token, let's start with Postman. So Postman is just a way to interact with our application. It's a way to interact with our APIs. And what I'm going to do is use this instead of the Django REST framework interface, because I don't think I can actually send tokens with that. So we're just going to go ahead and use something like this so we can actually pass this information along. So we're going to create a new collection of routes here. Let's see, we're going to call this API test. And we can actually access specific endpoints here. So let's take this URL here. Let's pass this into Postman. Let's close out a bunch of stuff. I was testing a lot of stuff this weekend, and it's going to take me a second to close these out. I have quite a bit of access points opened. Okay, just don't save it then. Bear with me. And I'll zoom in a second. Wow, that's a lot of tabs that I had open. Okay, so we created a collection, which is just going to be a collection of routes that we want to test. So we have auth tut. So this is going to be our first endpoint. And all we need to do, let me just zoom in here. We need to pass in the URL that we want to access. So if I send this request, it says authentication credentials are denied. If I remove this decorator and make this request, we should see all these endpoints. Let me just try to bring this up a little bit. Okay, so we see these endpoints. So let's go ahead and block this again. And let's go ahead and create a JSON web token. So if I go to simple JWT, by default, we have these methods that are already built in that we can use. And what I'm going to do here is just go to my URLs or my views, and I'm going to import these built-in views that basically create that token for me. So we'll go to urls.py, we'll make this import, and right now I'm only going to use the obtain pair token. We're going to take this route that's going to give us an endpoint to generate a token based on our user credentials. So we'll put this at the top here. So it looks like this. Again, this is all in the documentation. It's API token, obtain pair token. It's a class-based view, and then that's just the name. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and remove API here, and we're just going to call it token. So when we go to this endpoint, we're going to see a form and have the ability to actually create the token itself. Yeah, I'm on Mac now. I'm getting used to it. You know, I still like Windows better just because that's what I'm familiar with. I've used that for, you know, all my life, and I've only been on a Mac for like 3 months now. But I'm definitely seeing the benefit of it. And thank you for the donation, by the way. Really appreciate that. Okay, so let's go to my API. Let's see. If I go to token, we're going to see the get method is not allowed, but now we see this form right here. So we see the ability to actually enter in our credentials. So let's go ahead and do that. When I send the request, so it sends the post request, so we didn't have to build this view. I get this access token. So we get this access token. We're going to go ahead and take this entire value. We're going to copy this. And if I take this to jwt.io, I can actually paste this in here. And if we look at it, we see the expiration time, we see the user ID. So we see all this information about my specific user. So right here in Postman, I'm not able to access this endpoint because I don't have the credentials. But if I actually go to authorization and I pass in a bearer token, I can actually send this on every single request. Once that token is sent in the headers, I can now access that data. So I hope that makes sense. We're able to generate a token and send it on each request. And then this is how we protect the views. I know I kind of went over that really fast. I'll have to do another video on that, but I did want to cover that briefly. So we simply added in the decorator, and then we added in the permission that we wanted to allow. And then with that, we added in this endpoint with a built-in view that generates a token for us. And we took that token and we sent that in our headers. The token does expire, yes. So let's see. The token right now, I believe, expires in about 5 minutes. So what I could do is let's actually check this out. So let's go to customizing token claims, or maybe it was in the settings. So this is the default configuration for the token. So it's a lot of stuff here. This is already what's set up here. What I'm going to do is run this import and add this into settings.py and start modifying a few things. So we're going to go ahead and add this underneath installed apps under Rest framework. Let's remove this so we don't have any errors, and let's add date time at the top here. Okay, so here we see the access token lifetime. It's 5 minutes, so we could actually do this in seconds. So let's do 5 seconds. Did they spell seconds wrong? Why does that look weird? Seconds is not defined. Okay, let's just do 1 minute. So we'll just do 1 minute. So the access token expires in 1 minute. So what I'm going to do here is generate another token, and we're going to wait a minute. I'll go to the chat, and then once it expires, we'll test it. So we'll go to obtain a new token. We pass in our credentials. So it takes in all our information and generates a token based on that. So this access token will now expire in 1 minute. So we'll go back to Postman. Paste that in. Let's go ahead and save it. So we'll send it. I'm able to access this. I'm going to set my timer. Set this for 1 minute. If I can find it. Okay. So we have access right now. Let's go ahead and actually read through this. So we can blacklist tokens. So when we generate a new token, we can actually blacklist an old one. So oh, maybe I just didn't spell seconds wrong. Oh, I had double equals. Well, we'll wait the minute anyways. So an access token gives us access to certain items in our backend here. A refresh token, basically what it does is it has a longer time span. Right here, you see 1 day. Typically, you can say something like 30 days. And what happens is anytime the access token expires, you take that refresh token, there's an endpoint that you hit, and it'll generate a new access token, and you would put that into your cookies or your local storage, wherever you want to put that. So how this works is, for example, your Twitter account, LinkedIn account, GitHub, whatever. When you log in, if you notice, you're usually going to be logged in the next day when you come to that application. That's because your token probably expires. You have a shorter access token lifespan, but in the backend, that scared me. In the backend somewhere, that token was refreshed, a new token was generated, and that's how you continuously stay logged in. You can even refresh a refresh token, which basically creates a rolling window that says, hey, if I continue to use this application, keep extending that time so I'm not logged out in 30 days. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and try this. So we're going to go ahead and make the request here to the same endpoint. Let me move this out of the way. And actually, I'm going to need to do this. And let's send it. So, okay. A token should be expired. Am I using the right one? Give me a second. Okay, so I got this access token. Let's see, when does it expire? It should be expired already. It expires on Friday, the 21st. It should be expired. That's weird. Maybe I didn't paste in the new one. Let's is the view protected? Okay, advocate list. All right, let's just do seconds now. So it looks like I just had a mistake there. So let's see, refresh access token lifespan. That's what happened. Okay. So let's generate a new one. So it should expire in 1 second. So pretty much right away. Okay, let's copy this. It's like when your code works and it shouldn't work. It's probably scarier when it doesn't work, but it should. All right. Let's see. Thank you for the wow. Thank you for the donation. See, I added some JS code in the pre-request script and the Postman to get the token automatically and place the value in the alt tab. I mean, you can save that as a variable and just put that into every request, probably in a collection. All right, this is going to bug me. Why is this working? Let me just make sure the entire endpoint is actually protected. Okay, credentials were not provided. Okay, access token, lifetime, refresh token, sliding token. Okay, let's go to the docs. Let's just see. Maybe I missed something. Let's go to getting started. So we installed it. I overrode the, oh, wait. Really? If you wish to localize translations, let's give this a test. I don't think I've ever done this before. Yeah, I can't figure out why it's working. That should not be working. Let's see. Mohammed, hello there. Thank you. Is that Mahmoudal? Love you, man. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's going to be on the channel. Okay, bear with me while I'm trying to figure this out, because this should not be working. We're going to advocates. That's a protected view. Okay, if I remove this token, okay, authentication credentials were not provided. The token is expired. Maybe I didn't save settings.py. That could be it. That'd be a pretty dumb mistake if I did. So let's save it. That easily could be the case. So let's generate a new token. So let's do post. Let's see, did that localize? I have to read up on the docs to see what that means, but expiration expires. Okay. That's annoying. Okay. Anybody know the issue is? So what's happening is I'm sending a token on each request. So I'm generating a token with a Django REST framework using the simple JWT library. Let's see, where is that? So I'm generating a token via this page right here. I'm sending my credentials. I'm getting a token, getting the access token. I have a protected route, and we know that because when I go to this specific endpoint, /advocates is protected. This token has a lifespan that I set to 1 second. So it should expire within 1 second. When I'm using this token, I'm trying to show how when the token expires, how it doesn't work anymore. But for some reason, it's working. That doesn't make any sense. Or did you add JWT authentication to REST framework? Yes, I think so. Let's see. Right here, we added the default authentication mechanism to that. Yeah, so I mean, I might have to skip this, but I really don't want to leave this issue open. Just kind of messing with the stream now. JWT authentication. Let's just try it with a different view. For some reason, maybe it could just be the view. I don't know. Let's just do this to endpoints. So we're going to add in is authenticated. And just to double check to make sure it's actually working with JWT, let me log into the admin panel or go to that and then log out, because maybe it's somehow reading session authentication, which it shouldn't be, because then that endpoint would be broken here too. But let's give that a test. And let's just go to domain. Okay, save it. Why not? Really, Praveen, why not use Django REST auth? Why not use simple JWT? You know how I am about that question. It's magic. Try to change the token and see if it still works. Yeah, that's what I've done. Let's try to, yeah, okay, good call. Let's go through the debugging processes. Usually you're printing or rerunning the server. Let's make sure the server is off. Regenerate a token that expires in 1 second. Okay, new access token. Token should be expired because it expires in 1 second. For some reason, it's either the settings that I'm overriding must just not be working. Okay, authorization. Yeah, I'm sending this to a protected route, and then if I go to this route, it's not working. So let's go to the chat because this is where this has been my saving grace. Last couple of times I've been doing this. All right, so you try to change the token and see if it works. Okay, just use rest _ use JWT is true. Let me look that up real quick. I mean, it's the authentication class. That's throwing me off. Okay, is there any specific place I'm supposed to add this? I know it's something dumb. It's always the case with this. Probably something that I missed. Secret key signing. See, that's the thing. You're right. It looks like the token is not expired, but that's what's confusing me is because I'm overwriting that token, and I put that to a 1 second expiration date. So that's what's kind of throwing me off. Using a random token and see if it still works. Oh, yeah, I guess let's just look up. Here, let's go to jwt.io, and let's use this token. It shouldn't work. I mean, that's... Okay, token credentials are not valid. Okay, so I know that the protected route is technically working because it doesn't just take in any token. What it looks like is happening is that the settings that I'm overriding with are simply not being applied because I think the token does expire in 5 minutes the way it's configured by default. Access token timeout is 1 second. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it shouldn't work. I'm trying to show how it's not working, but yet it is working. So this token right here is expired. That's the problem. Let me zoom in a little bit. No, that's actually way too zoomed in. This token is expired and yet it's still working. That's what's throwing me off. Or more likely is it's not expired because this right here, whatever I'm setting here, is simply not working correctly. Let's see. Let's go back to this. We're going so good on the stream too. Thought we weren't going to run into any bugs. Okay. Settings right here. So this is what I'm following. Minutes. Blacklist the token. Yeah, that's a good one. Again, it's blacklist token after rotation. Rotate, refresh token. Sure, let's rotate that too. Why not? Blacklisting it should work. That's after it's been rotated. That's the thing. So what I could do is I can try to refresh it. Here, let's do this. Let's create an endpoint for refreshing. What am I doing? Okay, here. So let's go ahead and try to refresh the token. We'll blacklist it, and then we'll see if it works when it's blacklisted. Token refresh. We'll bring this in. Settings model. I think simple JWT doesn't work properly with DRF interface. Yeah, it doesn't. But I'm using Postman for that. That's the thing. But it does work to generate it. I literally use it in all my projects. Django setting module. Let me try something here. Maybe it's the way that I'm configuring the app. Maybe I can go into base.apps.base config, point it directly to the apps configuration class. Maybe that has something to do with it, even though I don't think it does. Let's see. Something turned off my server. No module named base. Oh, base apps, not app. Might just have to keep the first part of the stream as a tutorial and cut this part out. Okay, so post, we got the access token that should expire in 1 second. No idea why it's still working, but let's give this a test. This is one thing I do like about Mac is being able to slide this up and down like this. Love it. It's still working. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's blacklist the token. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going into here somewhere. We're going to take this route. We'll build this in. So token refresh is how we refresh the token. And right now I have settings configured to blacklist the token. So that means once we refresh it, update last logged in, verified audience. Let's see, sliding token refresh. Okay, so the token should be blacklisted. So this is how we refresh a token. We're going here. We're generating a token. And we're going to take this refresh token. Wait, hold on a second. So no, that's not what I'm trying to do. So first of all, I'm trying to take this access token. And I want it blacklisted after. So we'll go into Postman. So we'll save that here. And then this token should be blacklisted once we generate a new one. So we'll take this refresh token. And we'll do refresh. That's in the refresh token. And here is the new access token. But before I use anything, it's not even blacklisting it. Okay, something with the core configuration. I might skip this and we'll just go to DRF. Or not DRF, but building out the front end in React. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use this. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do is instead of using this API, I'm going to use the API that I built that's actually supposed to be used in the hackathon to help people understand how to use this. So I might just use these live endpoints here. Have the settings file. Let's see. Have this settings file in app directory and use that set command. Then it will use the settings. Okay, let me reread your code. It's the damnedest thing because I've done this 100 times. I mean, this is something that's not new to me. I created a CLI tool that sets up a boilerplate code for DRF. Yeah, do please share that, Mohammed. I would actually love to see that. Praveen and I were actually working on a project like that. We just got busy with other stuff, but basically something that configures like routes in a base app for you. That'd be really cool. Definitely share that with me. Just set REST use JWT. Yeah, okay. We're gonna skip this part. So let's go actually start. Let's go out to start using or start building out the front end here. So the polls here, everyone voted on that. It looks like most people want to see both. I try to do authentication, but simple JWT is just not working. I'll get back to it. My ego will probably force me to come back to it anyways. I usually can't leave things alone, but let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to need to configure cores with this application, but for now, let's go ahead and go into our front end because I do want to show you how to do the cores configuration. And then we're going to use the real API. So we're moving on to React. So what I'm going to do here is open up a terminal here. And To set up a React application, you're going to want to make sure you have npm installed. Let me just close out comments here. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I do have to migrate. Do I have to run a migration after adding JWT? I kind of think you're right, but then I'm also not sure. No, that can't be right. I'll have to make migrations. That wouldn't make sense, right? All migrations applied. That should not be the case. I don't remember having to run migrations with simple JWT. No. All right, give me 1 second. This is going to really just bother me. Let's get back to the same error. Django simple JWT. All right, let's just slowly read through it. So first thing is you're going to want to install it. I ran the installation. Let's just double check just in case. Install simple JWT. Okay. Project configuration. So I added that to the list of authentication classes. Yes, create. No, it doesn't create. There's a different package. There's different ones that do it. That's the beauty of simple JWT is it does not create a table. It's stateless. Okay, so we did this. I'm gonna just review it because I really just don't want to leave this. Like if we're stuck on it for this long, I at least want to finish it. At least have a solution so we have some kind of victory. Okay, so we configured that. REST framework. We added simple JWT authentication, which it's working because if I don't add JWT authentication, so let's just go through process of elimination. So if I don't add the token, it doesn't work, right? So I know it's configured. That's pretty obvious to me. The only part that seems like it's not configured, you can also include a route to verify the token if you wish to allow users to, okay. Let's just remove that localize thing because I don't remember adding that in before. And anything different needs to be removed. Settings. Access token, lifetime, rotate, refresh. None of this configuration is working. Yeah, I see what you're doing, but we're not dealing with session authentication, so that's why I wouldn't add it, because I'm specifically trying to use tokens. Session authentication is what's there by default already. Seems like an issue in 5.2.2. Try 5.2.0, maybe. Let's just try it. That could be a package error. So let's do pip uninstall. Wait, hold on a second. I need a space there. Doing this wrong. It could totally be a version thing. So let's try it. Am I running the uninstall incorrectly? So pip. Oh, okay, you're right. With the blacklisted tokens, you're right. Okay, that was my fault. Pip install. Oh, I did pip install uninstall. And I believe to install a specific version, you do double equals to. Is it what version did you say? 5.2.0. Okay. Yeah, the whole database table thing and the migrations, what I'm referring to is when it actually stores like the token itself in the database, and that's one of the things that simple JWT does not do. I don't remember the details behind that, but there's a big difference between something like the was that not auth 0 but OAuth or something like that. Okay, hold on a second. Let me just restart the server. So if I have to go to the route of like even closing the project, that would bug me. Okay, wow, okay. So it must be is it really the version number? That's annoying. I'm gonna have to check if that's a bug because I'm gonna reinstall it again with the newest version. Okay, let's do this. Let's change this seconds. One of my rules to coding is to never assume that the issue is with the package, but assume the problem is with your code, because most cases it is. And I kind of am annoyed that I trusted the package if that's the case. Okay, let's do this. Go to token. I imported time delta. That's there. Okay, so let's generate a new token. So real quick, we're going to grab this. We're going to use it, and then it should expire within 10 seconds. Let's do this quick. Send. Okay, hold on. Did I not copy that? Oh, I got the refresh token. Okay, so access token. Let's grab that as fast as possible. Copy before 10 seconds expires. Delete it. Paste it. Send it. Okay, cool. So we're in. Give it a couple of seconds. Yeah, I imported time delta. That's up here. I just moved it to the top because I think imports should be separated. Okay, and there we go. Finally. So it must have been with the version. Let's just check if it's the version. If it is, then I'm going to be pretty annoyed. But let's try this. So let's uninstall it, reinstall it, and then we'll move to the React part. So we'll do pip uninstall. Download the latest version. Okay, let's have to do pip install now. I freaking swear, if it's the package, I'm going to be pretty annoyed. Ruin my stream. Okay, so we're going to generate a new one. Access token, we have 10 seconds. Let's do this quick. Copy it, bring it in. Oh, shoot, somewhere here. Send it. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do this at 15 seconds. So now it's just going to block me permanently, as opposed to first it wouldn't not block me, and then just going to block me every time now. Okay, so send it. Got the new access token. Copy. Okay, so we have this. We're going to wait 15 seconds. Copy access. Not yeah, I copied the wrong one. I saved your job, Mohit. That's awesome to hear, man. People give me too much credit for that. I put out some videos, but you put in the work. I never know how to respond to that. Okay, so we'll send it again. And now it's working. Are you kidding me? We literally did nothing. See what I mean with this stuff? Sometimes you have to shut down your computer or just reinstall the library, because now it's working with the latest version. So it's not that. Okay, so to recap, you saw what we did there. We added in the permissions required decorator, and then we use the authentication token to send that in our header. So for now, we're just going to remove all permissions because we don't want to do this. Let's add in course configuration. Let's bring in our front end, and then we're going to call the API from Kados.dev. For anybody just joining, Kados.dev is a project that I put together last weekend. This is for our hackathon. It's also a project that I've wanted to complete for a while. I started this back in May, actually, and just never got to finishing it. Last weekend, I built out a web scraper, found every developer advocate I can possibly find on Twitter based on people's bios. So if they have keywords like DevRel, developer advocate, somewhere here, developer advocate, here we go in this example. So if you had those in your bio, I added you to this with my web scraper. If you didn't have it, you're probably not on here. I'm sure that the web scraper missed some advocates. But yeah, if you want to see the data, go to get data. And I'm going to actually call this API and render this data out and build a front end. I'm trying to show the full process of working with an API and a backend. So let's go ahead and actually build out a front end. What I'm going to do is call the API that we just built. So this one right here, we just built out a very simple API that just has advocates and companies. And then we're going to use this data at first, and then we'll move to actually calling a real API. The reason why I want to use this is because I want to show you how to develop both parts of this, and then also how to add in CORS configuration. CORS stands for cross-origin resources sharing. Basically, you can block other applications from requesting access to your API before you give them permission. So I want to show you how to configure that. So we're going to minimize our Django project. We're going to leave that server on. We'll close this out and make sure you have npm installed if you're following this later. So first of all, I'm going to cd into my desktop. To create our React app, we're going to do npx create React app. I actually have not built React applications in months, so this is the first time using it outside of that project in a long time. So we're going to call this Kados_front end. I believe that's going to be a fresh application. Okay, give that a second. And while this is downloading, I'm going to take a quick restroom break. All right, we're back. So real quick before we start, let's see Kados.dev and see if people have registered, not Kados, but codebattles.dev. And let's see the registration. So we have 143 people registered for the hackathon. So about 10 registered during the stream. Make sure you sign up to codebattles.dev if you want to participate. This is where you have to be in order to see the details about the hackathon and where you can register to actually get going on it. Also, Anya Kubo is going to be most likely, well, she's going to be the judge on the hackathon, and I think we're going to set the date for November 10th, I am going to Next.js Conf in person, and I'm also going to be at Web Summit in Portugal. So I have a lot of travel coming up starting on Monday again, and I've been traveling all month and been very busy. So I can't stream this at the end of the month. So it's the October hackathon, but we're going to live stream the results and pick the winners in November. So I think the 10th is when we're going to stream it, about this time on that day. So make sure to go to codebattles.dev to register. Okay, so we created our React application. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to bring this into here. So we have the back end, and we have the front end. These two are right next to each other. And I know that the text is small, but I don't know how to zoom in exactly on a MacBook. Guess that works. Okay, so we're going to open the back end up, or the front end, in a new window in VS Code. So I'm going to make sure both servers are running. And maybe we'll complete the entire backend and actually add images and so on. And hell, we'll even go into the Twitter API if anyone's interested in that. And let me put out a poll for that. Let me just say, interested in learning about the Twitter API, the question mark. So just posted that. It's going to be in the chat now. So that's pinned, or it should be pinned. Let me know. We can do that at some point. So we can actually save usernames and then get data from Twitter. If not, whatever, we'll skip it. Okay, cool. So this is our React application. Let's go ahead and start our server. So it's npm start to start the React development server. And eventually I'll probably end up using something like Next.js for this. Oh, what did I click? I hit my keyboard and then something opened up. Okay, so we have our React server. Oh, I see what happened. It opened it up on port 3000. So we'll bring this in here. Now we have our React server on port 3000. And this is our React app. So I'm going to clean up a few things. We'll get some basic configuration set up. So we'll go into source here. This is where our core application is. We'll start with the app component. If you don't know React, I'm really not going to go into explaining things. We're just going to build it. This is just connecting the two. So I'll maybe try to explain a few things, but yeah, I don't feel like working on explaining this too much right now. So we'll just do home page. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to grab this and bring this into a second window, if I can do that. Can I do that? Maybe open up a second. Okay, there we go. So I should be able to swipe like this. Okay, cool. So we just edited that. Cool. We have our component that's going to represent our page. We want to create a few pages. So what I'm going to do here is just remove that logo by default. Take that out of there. Build out some components here. So we're going to have a folder for pages, folder for components. And this is for, I guess, the front end challenge here, if you want to build out the front end. Let's go ahead and build a page now. So we'll just do new file, home page. I'm a little bit less prep here. Again, I'm not as fluent with React. So home page. I do have this package called ES7 code snippets. It's this one right here, or React ES7 code snippets on VS Code. And basically what it allows me to do is type in these short codes and it generates code for me. So if I do RAFCE, it's going to generate an arrow function. So it stands for React Arrow Function Exported or something like that. And it generates this component for me based on the file name. So if you look at the file name, it's homepage, and the component is called homepage. So it generates it for me and it exports it. So then all I have to do is just go ahead and add in my information. So we'll just do homepage, add in some text here, and then we'll create another page for advocate. So we'll just do React arrow function component exported. Create some pages. We'll use React Router DOM to build these out. Okay. We got that going, and let's go ahead and bring those in. So the main component is going to wrap everything. So let's go ahead and install React Router DOM and import these. So first of all, we'll import. Here's another shortcut, by the way. I can do IMP, and then I can import from pages, and we'll just do homepage or advocate page. We'll just start with homepage. And we'll do the same for advocate page. All right, how's the chat doing? What UI framework? I already mentioned that. Yeah, it's React. That's what I'm going to be using for this. So we also need to add in some page routing. So for this, we're going to use React Router DOM. React dash npm install React Router DOM. Bring that in. That's going to help us with routing. They made a big update. That's over a year ago, probably now, but all my courses are pretty much outdated now because of that. So that's a little bit frustrating. So I'll have to put out some new videos on React Router 6. So let's make these imports. Put this at the top. So we can do IMD for a destructured import. So from React Router DOM, we're going to import browser router as router. And then we'll just do routes and route. So we're making these imports from React Router DOM. We're going to wrap all of this as our router. And in here, we're just going to go ahead and instead of using switch like we usually use in React, we're going to use route. So it's going to act as that switch statement, which gives us actually some nice functionality. And here we just do route. We specify each route. We pass in the component. I believe it's component or element. Maybe it's element now. I can't remember that. And we pass in the entire page or the entire component. And then we set the path. And the path is going to be just the home page. Let's try this out real quick. We'll just check it out, see if it's working. Homepage, cool. So then we want to add in the advocate page. We'll bring that down here. The path to this is going to be /advocate / and then we'll just do ID. So that's how we do dynamic routing with React. We'll pass in the advocate page. So if I just do advocate and then pass in like Dennis or something. There we go. Cool. What I'm going to do here is instead of ID though, I'm going to do username because that's what we're using now. So username, and I want to be able to get this username and render this out on the page. So first thing is, let's see, we're going to do import from React Router DOM. I believe it's going to be use params like that. That's how we're able to get the parameters. Set this value called params, and that's going to be equal to use params. So this is going to allow us to get those dynamic values. Someone's asking thoughts on Next.js. Well, I'm going to Next.js Conf, so I'll learn a little bit more, but I actually do not use it that much. I've only worked on a few side projects. I'm not that familiar with this. I'm a little bit honored to be invited. I'm one of about 150 people that got invited to go to Next.js in San Francisco in person. I do know there's going to be, I think they have like 80,000 people registered for it. So I'm honored to be there in person, but I'm going to learn a lot more. I like it just for the static site generation, being able to optimize sites for SEO. Depends on how you're using it. I'm actually using Astro for that right now, but between that and Next.js, I'm kind of making my decision. I don't really know. I know it has a lot of benefits to it, but yeah, that's my uneducated opinion on it. So we're using use params, and this gives us access to those parameters. So we'll just do const username is going to be equal to params.username. So we have access to username because we passed that in right here. At least I think that's how it goes. And then let's just render this out. So just do username. All right, so let's see. There we go. That works. And that's how we do that with React Router 6. Okay, so we have that figured out. I don't need a nav bar right now. I'm going to skip that. That can come last with styling. I don't need to really deal with any styling. I think what I'm going to do here, though, is I don't really like working in light mode. So what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and update all this CSS real quick. So we'll remove everything from index. Actually, here, let's just go to app.css and let's just set the background color. Just set that to body. Don't need that for the logo. And then for the text color, I just want to make sure everything is white. So we'll just do color, do that, and then I think I just want to make every single link tag aquamarine. So we'll just do color. Okay, that feels a little bit better. Okay, cool. So we got that set up. Let's move back to our homepage. And the first thing I want to do in my homepage is make a request and get all the advocates and render those out. And then we want to get an advocate page, and then we'll just modify the backend a little bit more. So with this, we're going to import use effect, and we're going to set use state. Bring those in. I'm also going to use Axios to make the API request. So we'll just do let or const. I can spell that right. Set advocates. Okay, use state. We're going to have this list right here. Use effect. I'm going to go ahead and make that API call with Axios to our backend. And here's where we'll do the course configuration with Django. At this point, let's just create a function, make this an async function called getData. See, let's import Axios real quick. Someone's asking how can you create an SQL view with Django? You can. I actually don't use it, and I wouldn't recommend using it. But if you really do need to write custom SQL queries, I don't know exactly how to do that, but I know it's fairly simple to write that directly within your views. Let's just look that up. Let me do the research with you. Good question. Writing SQL queries in Django view. Definitely get used to putting these questions into Google too. I'm not going to go deep into this. I just want to look at it real quick. So it looks like we establish a connection to our database, and then we're able to just straight up write queries like that. We just do cursor. Okay, create the connection, and then we can just basically do connection or cursor.execute, and then you write your queries. So that's how you do it. Simple as that. So look that up, even find that specific thing and test it. Okay, so we have Axios installed. Import Axios from Axios. Let's bring that in. Okay, in here we want to make that request. I've actually kind of grown to like Axios. I usually use Fetch, but Axios really does make things simpler. Okay, so first thing is we're going to make a request to our API that we built. Let's start with that. So this is going to be on port 8000. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to /advocates, and we want to make a request to this endpoint. We're going to run into an issue though. So we're going to make this request. Let's go ahead and do let response is equal to await. We're making this request, and let's see, what does the data look like when I get back? So it's just a list. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and call set advocates. I want to paste that data or push that data into the response. So I think it's, let's just console out the response, because I think I have to do response.data. Let me double check that, because I do get more information with it. Console.log response. Okay. Right. So go ahead and test it. We'll go to the home page. We're going to run into an error. We'll see what it is, or you should see what it is. Oh, I didn't call get data. So get data is going to be triggered inside of use effect. So on the first load of the page. Okay. So here we see this error that freaks out every developer, every new developer. So we can't make a request because our origin is different. So our endpoint is on port 8000. We're calling it from port 3000 because that's where our React application is. So what we need to do is we need to either take this endpoint and tell Django, hey, go ahead and allow requests from this endpoint, or we can allow requests from all endpoints. We can make it like a public API. So we need to go ahead and configure this so this error goes away. So what we're going to do is go back to our Django application. So we're going back to the server side. Let's close these out, and we're going to do all of this inside of settings.py. So first of all, there's this library called Django cores. So this is one of the ways to do it. This is done by Adam Chans. He's a great Django developer. He actually works on the core Django team. He's made a few packages. I believe he's also the one that worked on Django channels, if I'm not mistaken. Let's do docs. Okay, so with cores, we want to run this install, and basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna add it into our installed apps. We're gonna add it to installed apps, and then we just need to add it to middleware, and then we need to specify what we want to allow with one of these three attributes. So we'll go ahead and run the pip install. That's pip install Django -cores -headers. Then what we're gonna do is add this into installed apps. So we're just gonna copy and paste like professional developers. Bring that into my installed packages section. And that's going to bother me that that's in double quotes and everything's in single quotes. React query. Yes, I have heard of it. I'm trying to remember what it is. Is that a request library? Or is that like a state management library? And I definitely wouldn't, I'm not a fan of using something that specific like to React, because what if I want to start using this with Next.js? Well, I guess you could use it with that, but what if I go to Vue or Svelte? Axios is more uniform. It works with anything. Let me look up React query real quick. Let me just confirm what that is. So React query. Okay, React query is a what? Zoom in a little bit. It's like no description, just gives me the features. Oh, it's a state management library. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was a state management library. No, I haven't used it. I usually stick to Redux or the context API, but there's no reason why I couldn't try something new. So cores middleware, we're just going to go ahead and add this above common middleware. So we added cores headers. Now we're going to add this above our middleware. So let's see, somewhere here. Where's common middleware? Okay. So we're going to add this above right here. And once we do this, the last thing we need to do here is we need to figure out, do we want to specify a list of origins that we can allow? So this is something that we could do. We could throw port 3000 in here. We could add in some regex, or we can just say cores allow all origins, which basically means just let anybody call their API, which is a risk, but that's up to you and how you want to build your API. So we're going to set that to true. And once I set this, in theory, this error right here should go away. I should be allowed to call this. And boom, that error goes away. A lot of people have issues with that. Let's see, not server state management, not like Redux. Okay, so it's for fetching data. Okay, yeah, just by the name, it sounds like something like Axios or whatever. Okay, so we have our response. We're going to access data, and then we're going to put that into our advocates state. So we're going to do set advocates. Click to the F11, and then we're just going to do response.data. And once we get this data, what I want to do is go ahead and just render through all of this. So we're going to create a div for this, and we're just going to do advocates.map. We'll just do I and then index. Actually, I'll write advocate just to make it more reader friendly or user friendly. Okay, so we're going to loop through that array, create a div on each iteration. With React, we usually need to pass in the key, which we're just going to use the index for. And let's go ahead and pass in the advocate name. We'll just do advocate username. Okay, let's see how that poll is doing, by the way. 127 votes, 83% want to see me use the Twitter API. Okay, might have to do that then. All right, so here we go. Now we see Tadas, Dennis Ivy, Max, and Jesse. So let's see, what does kados.dev look like? So we just list those out. We have a bio. This is what we're going to have to use the Twitter API for. So let's do this. Let's add in an advocate page. And then let's call my Kados API. And then maybe we can, you can't hear the audio? Somebody, really? No, because I was just interacting with the chat. You got to turn up your audio. Really? No, because I was just interacting with. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so that's definitely your audio then. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. We want to link to a page. This isn't going to be, well, I guess it is a requirement for the hackathon. Never mind. So from React Router DOM, we're going to import link. So import link from React Router DOM. And what we're going to do here is we'll just add in like a view button. So we'll just do link. And this is like React's version or React Router DOM's version of the link tag here. So we'll just do view. And with this, instead of adding in href, you do to pass in the path, which is going to be advocate and then the advocate username. Okay, so if I click on Dennis Ivy, it's unidentified. Okay, so at this point, what I need to do is I need to work on this page, but for some reason, it's not passing in the advocate username. Oh, advocate's username. I did not choose a good name for that. Okay, so when I click on it, I should see Jesse. There we go, and let's update that specific page. So let's update the advocate page. Let's just add in a colon here. Let's actually just remove advocate page and just throw in the username. Okay, so that's all working. Cool. Okay, so with this, what are we trying to do? So we do need to get advocate details. So let's do this. When we go to an advocate page, let's just list out their bio. So we'll put that in here for now. Okay, so for the advocate page, we're just going to repeat a little bit here. So we're also going to use state, use effect. And what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to be lazy and I'm just going to copy code from here because really all this code is going to be pretty much the same exact thing. So we're going to push this into, or put this into the advocate page. And here we're going to change this to advocate, set advocate, and this is going to be null. And then for get data, let's just change this to where anytime the username changes, then we're going to trigger use effects. So we're going to have a list of dependencies. Then we're going to call set advocate.data. And then for the URL, we're going to call advocates. We're going to make this value, this link more dynamic. We're just going to pass in username. That's how we're going to query the user. So we're going to get that user. And then in here, we can't render this out until we have the username or the advocate name here. So we'll just do advocate.username. And then we also want to render out the bio. Advocate bio. The problem though is when I go to this page until I load the data, I need to import Axios. 1 second, we'll get to that problem. So this is going to be import Axios from Axios. If I go to Dennis Ivy, we're going to get this error because the advocate doesn't exist yet, right? So we can't access the property of username from null because right now our state is null and then it throws an error before we can get that data. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use these empty fragments. We're going to wrap everything because everything has to be at least wrapped within either a div or a fragment. And then we're going to add a condition. We're just going to check and we're going to say, hey, if we have a username, so if username is not null, then go ahead and render this out. If not, then just wait, or we can put in a loader in there. But until we have advocate, not username, until we have an advocate, don't do anything. And this is supposed to be parentheses. Okay, so let's go ahead and check this out. Go in here. If I refresh it, the error should go away. Okay, so that's Dennis Ivy. If we go to Jesse, we see his bio. Go to Max. Dadas. Cool. So we have the advocate details. So at this point, I think what I'm going to do is call the official Kados API, and we're going to use that data. Yeah, we could use something like that, but it's much easier to wrap a condition, because if we're later on using something like a profile image, advocate followers, whatever, we're going to have to put that into every section. So why not just write a condition that wraps that for us? Makes it a little bit easier. So at this point, let's go ahead and let's call the Kados API. Let's do that. We're going to focus on the front end. So if we go to kados.dev, we're going to go ahead and call this API. So we're just going to go ahead and grab this one. And we're going to have to change the response a little bit. So if we go to our home page, let's paste this in right here. So we're no longer calling localhost, we're calling advocates, or the live domain on Railway. And then here we want to get specifically the advocates value. So when we get that response, we're getting response.data.advocates. So let's check this out. And the data is paginated, so I shouldn't get too much. But if I go to this, here we have these people right here, but now listed in this new application. So we see all these people rendered out, or at least 20 of them. Okay, there is sound if you're, oh, I accidentally blocked someone. Well, I'll find your name later and unblock you. But yeah, don't spam it. No, definitely not over Django. I like Fast API too, but not over Django. Okay, let's see. So we have all the advocates, and I just want to render out some information, and then we'll style this page up a little bit. So let's do that. So we'll go to the home page. So we have the advocate name. Let's get the image. So we'll just do the image tag source. Now we can get, if we look at the actual API call, we have the profile picture, username, name, bio, and then Twitter information, company's follower account. We're not going to worry about most of those details. So here we're just going to do for the source advocate.profile picture. Okay, I'll throw that in. Change this to name instead of username. And then for the username, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add in small. Actually, we'll do let's just do a link tag, because we do want people linking to Twitter. So we'll just do advocate dot, let's see, Twitter. So it's going to be their Twitter link. And then close that off. We'll just do the @ symbol and then advocate username. And I wrote that closing bracket the wrong way. Hey, there's Francesco's face. Okay, so I have all these people, rendered them out. We need to do a little bit of styling. So let's add in, let's leave it on Francesco's face. Okay. Let's see. We'll call this advocate underscore preview underscore wrapper. And then we'll just call this one advocate image. Oops, didn't want to delete all of that. Okay, so we'll go to the CSS here and we'll just start putting these here. So we'll just do width. Going to be, let's say, 50 pixels. Throw a height to it, and I'm blocking some of the code here. Height is also going to be 50 pixels. Border radius, 50%. We'll make that a circle, and then border is going to be 2 pixels, and then we'll just do aquamarine, or let's just do aqua for the color. Let's check that out. Okay, 2 pixels solid. We'll also need to set the border style. Okay, a little bit zoomed in here, so we'll zoom out. Okay, looking much better. We'll remove the homepage header. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to go ahead and grab what I have here, and we'll eventually get that total in here. And for the challenge, for the actual challenge, you can style this up however you want, as long as you're working with the data. So if you're participating in the hackathon, we'll just do add number here. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's inline these real quick, make sure these look a little bit better. So we'll just call this one advocate underscore list. We'll use a CSS grid for this one. Actually, we'll just use Flexbox here. So we'll just do something right here, advocate, display flex. Flex wrap. This is going to be wrap, so we do want to make sure it doesn't overflow. And then gap, we'll just do 2 EM, add some spacing. And then for the advocate wrapper, let's see what I want to do here. Advocate preview wrapper, I'm going to set a max width to 300 pixels. It should never be more than that. Okay. There we go. So that's looking a little bit better. Yeah, I've used Tailwind CSS. Somebody's asking. Any reason why you're not using advocate ID? It's better to use username for sure, but that's also up to you and your style. Okay, so we also want to add in a bio. And right now it looks a little bit weird because I'm really zoomed in, but if we go back to 100%, that's what it looks like. So for now, I'm going to stick to this, add in some kind of wrapper around my container. So we'll just do our class, and we'll just call this main hyphen container. And let's see, for the width, we'll just do max width of like 1200 pixels, leave it there. Then center it. So margin 0 auto. Cool, cool. All right, looking a little bit better. Let's go back in here. We'll add in some bios. So at this point, let's just remove this link. I'll just make maybe the entire user clickable. Maybe you can put that on their logo or on their profile picture. In fact, let's just do this. Let's wrap the image with a link. So instead of having a view button, we'll just let people click on the picture. It's kind of a natural behavior anyways on a site to go and click on a picture like that. So if we go to Scott's, why is nothing showing up? Oh, because these people don't exist in here yet. We're calling a different API now. So let's see. Down here, we got the username. We can use a break tag in React, right? I know React doesn't allow certain things. Okay, yeah, that works. And then we'll just do paragraph. Advocate bio. So let's put that in. All right. There we go. It's starting to look like Katos a little bit. Looking a little bit better. We'll zoom in. Let's actually use the same background color. I actually like this dark color. need to zoom out a little bit. Just need to find that hex. I do have the original code, so I could reference that, but this is probably going to be a little bit faster. So we're about to add in the advocate detail page and then make this searchable. And then work with the pagination. Right. That's weird. Oh, looks like I have two different background colors. I'll have to clean up that CSS a little bit. Okay, so there we go. Why is that so zoomed in though? Okay, so we have all the advocates. Definitely work on the styling a little bit. Maybe I can use a small tag for the body for now. Yeah, I'll just work on the text size later then. Okay, so when we click on a specific advocate, we're going to go to the advocate detail page. The reason why I don't have a detail page for each advocate on Kados is because there's not much more information that's really needed there. Like we have pretty much everything we need about an advocate because I am using the Twitter web scraper, so I can only collect so much information. Maybe I could try to like list out their tweets or something there, but it's not much to it. So let's just do this. Let's find a single user. Oh, I used 2 forward slashes. Okay, so we have an advocate detail page. Let's go ahead and grab this right here, copy all of that, and this is going to be in the advocate detail. Okay, the username, and then we'll just do data.advocate. That should in theory should render out that information. Let's go to Pratham. Let's see what's going on. Looks like I'm getting some kind of error. So response object. Oh, I need to throw in a forward slash here. Okay, cool. So now we have Pratham's details. So let's just go ahead and what I'm going to do at this point, I'm just trying to walk through this pretty fast. I'm just going to go ahead and grab this entire class here, and we're just going to paste this into the advocate detail page while we're just trying to render out data. So if we have the advocate, let's go ahead and do this. You know, the advocate information. I don't have the index here because I'm not looping through it anymore, so we can get rid of that. Link is not defined, so I don't need the link anymore. Okay, so that's the advocate detail page. Right now it's just centered. I guess it doesn't look too bad, but let's go to Francesco. We see Francesco's information. We'll style this in a second. Cool, cool. Let's see. What am I doing here? So what I'm going to do here is actually just rewrite the CSS here. So let's just take all of this, remove it. So we only have my CSS now. So we remove the duplicates. That looks a little bit better. Okay. And on Kados, I think we did a pretty good job of centering it. Maybe we use grids. I think on Kados, I probably use grids. So let's just do that. So let's remove the display grid here and remove the width for the preview wrapper. And we'll just do display grid. Then grid template columns, we'll just do 1 fraction, 1 fraction, and 1 fraction. So we're going to repeat that. Not the right one. Okay, so we have each user, just like Kados. I think what I want to do here, let me just bring up Kados next to it. I think I want to make sure that the username and the name are right next to each other. So placed in line like this. Let me zoom in a little bit. let's do that. In here, so we pretty much we're done with the calling the API part. We're just going to style up a little bit, add in the search, and then the rest is going to be up to anybody participating in the hackathon and styling this however you want. So let's go ahead and create a div here. So we're going to go ahead and throw in our image. Oh, this is the advocate page. 1 second. We're going to create like a header for that user card. So it's going to start here, and then we're going to wrap all the way to the bio. Go ahead and fix this indentation. Okay, so we have that. We're going to call this one advocate underscore preview underscore header. So in here, what I want to do is wrap this, and then I also want to create a div around these two so they're not inlined. Okay, so we have our header, starts and stops right here. We have our image, and then this should be placed in line. So we're just going to go into the advocate preview header. Let's just see what this looks like on the site first. Okay, so I want to make sure this is in line. So we're just going to go to CSS, advocate preview header. Just do display flex. Let's wrap, do wrap. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Gap, we'll do 1 EM. Let's try that. Okay, and let's see. For the advocate list, I think I might need to add in some spacing between these two. And I thought I already added that in here. Let's just try 4 EM. Let's see. Maybe we need to give it some more space. Okay, that looks a little bit better. So there's some space between them. And when I zoom out, maybe that kind of corrects itself and I'll have to fix it because now it looks like too much space, but 4 EM looks good. So yeah, this live stream will be saved. I mentioned what I'm building in the beginning, but I'm rebuilding this website, Kados.dev, which is a search engine for developer advocates that's used by scraping the Twitter API. So I'm going to go ahead and close the poll. Looks like most people want to see me do that, so I might end up using the Twitter API. Okay, so let's go ahead and build in search now. I do want to add in some space, actually, so let's do this. We'll do advocate body here. We'll do bio preview. So bio underscore preview. I know my CSS naming isn't the best right now, but I guess we'll just do double hyphens. Okay, so we got that. Put this underneath the image. We want to do margin. We want to set top and bottom. So 1 EM and then 0 to left and right. Oh, maybe 2 EM. Or do I need to display it as a block element? Maybe. Okay, that looks a little bit better. So let's just keep it at 1 EM. I just wanted a little bit of space there. Okay, cool. All right, so we have that. Right now, we're only returning back the first 20 items, I believe, or 15. So if we look at the API call, let's see. So we're returning back page 1, and we have, I think it's a limit of about 15 people. And if I go to each link, so let's actually fix up the links here. So if I go to each link, I want to be able to open this up. So we'll just do, let's see, target is equal to underscore blank, kind of blinked out there for a second. Am I not getting the advocate link? Let's see. Twitter. That's weird. Okay. I thought I was getting everybody's, but Okay, so this is working. I'm actually able to open theirs up. Okay, so let's just do this and let's add in search and then maybe pagination. So we can actually go between these. And if I zoom out, it's going to look a little bit better, looking a lot like Kados.dev. My search bar is a little bit ugly. I know that. I just realized I can add in the total numbers. So what I could do is let's render in all this information about pagination. So at the very top here on each request, we have this pagination object right here that has all this info on results found, total advocates, and so on. So let's just do this. We'll go into our homepage. We'll add in some state. Total, set total, and then use state. We'll set the total as 0. So then we can go ahead and just do total. And then when we get this response, we'll just do set total. So we just always want to know how many advocates we have, and that response is going to be response.data.total. That's what the response looks like. Okay, perfect. We have 2,091 advocates. Now what we want to do is go ahead and set pagination. So const pagination, and that's going to be set pagination. And we're just going to set this as null until we get it back. Set pagination, and this is going to be response data.pagination. Okay, so we have that set up. Now we want to add in some search. So in order to search, all we need to do is go to the Kados API here, and we just need to add in a question mark, query, and then we just pass in what we want. So let's find myself. So let's find all people with a name or containing the name Dennis in their bio or username. So we see 4 results found out of 2,091. So we see myself here. Apparently there's another Dennis. It's Dennis Gasson, Dennis Urban. So if I actually go here, let's just do Dennis. So these are the people that it's finding. So that's how we perform the search. We just add in the query and then the name. So let's see. How do I want to build this in? So at the top, I'm going to create a new div here, and this is just going to wrap our form. So we're going to do a form, give it the ID of search form, and we're going to have an input value. We'll style it up at the end. Type is going to be text. And then the value is going to be the query. And there's a few different ways that we can go about doing this. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to simplify this because there's different things to consider. But what I'm going to do here is just go ahead and take the query and perform the search on each request directly. Because there's things like here where in Kados, like if I go to search Dennis, you're going to see this in the URL parameter. You probably can't see that, but here, let me try to zoom in so you might be able to see that. So it stays in there. So that way, if I happen to share this link with somebody, like if I open this up in another tab, that search is, no, not bio preview. So that search is kept. So if I were to share this with somebody and I were to say, hey, take a look at these results, that search would come up like that because it gets it from the URL. But at this point, I'm going to keep it simpler, and we're just going to go ahead and just run the query every time the form is submitted. Type is going to be submit. The value is going to be search. And for the placeholder, let's just do search advocates. I want it to like trigger some kind of reaction out of people. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's not styled right now. We'll make sure to get that styled up. Why does it say query? Is that value? Oh, name. Okay, search advocates, that looks good. Let's go into this section. Let's go ahead and create a function. We're going to call this one, let's see, let search data. And when we search, what we want to do is go ahead and get the search query. So we'll just do e.target value. Set that as a query. So e.target.query.value. So we're getting the form. We're getting specifically the value of this field right here. So we're getting that query, and then we're going to call get data. And we're going to pass in the query here. And what I'm going to do here is go ahead and pass in the query parameter. If we have no search, it's just going to be an empty string. And then we can pass this in like this. Okay, so we can just use backticks here. So we can make that URL dynamic. And let's just test this out before anything. So if I refresh it, it looks good. Okay, so the query's passed in. Let's see, we call get query. So on submit, we're going to add an event handler on submit. We're going to go ahead and call search data. So when we get this, we're going to go ahead and trigger this response, get the new data because we're getting that information. This is going to update the state, therefore re-rendering everything here. So let's just try Dennis. Oh, okay. E.prevent default. I need to prevent default first. So that's probably an important thing. I could also do on key up. Yeah, I can, like, meaning every time I enter something in. Here, let me block a user real quick. There's some spam going on in the chat. Okay, so on submit, let's just do e.prevent default. So we want to prevent the form from submitting. Okay. Submit. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. So it looks like I call this class instead of class name, but that shouldn't be thrown an error. It's not for search. Okay, so we're getting back the data. Oh, that's why. Query is equal to query. All right, let's try this one more time. Refresh it. There we go. Let's look up Agora. Let's find all Agora developers. Let's find all Google or anybody that mentions Google in their bio. A lot of people. Let's look for MongoDB. Cool, that's working. So we're going to work with pagination real quick, and then we're going to style up our form too. So let's do this. Let's just give this the class of form wrapper. So we won't deal with the advocate page just because that's not actually on Kados. I'll let anybody participating in the hackathon, whoever's doing that, take care of that. That'll be your job to complete that. So let's see. We'll just put in a class form wrapper. I'm so inconsistent with class and ID names. I need to work on that. Okay, so let's see. At the top of our page, form wrapper, we'll just do margin top and bottom at 2 EM, then 0. Okay, give ourselves some space. For the input field, let's just make sure all input fields have a padding of about 1 EM at least. And then a font size. So font dash size, we'll just do 18 pixels. Let's see if that looks good. Zoom out. Okay, it's a little bit too big. That's 16. Looking a little bit better. Let's see. I also want to change the background. I kind of want to stick to the background of what we have here. So let's just get this color. Almost like a grayish color, and then we'll just do border radius at 5 pixels. Also don't want a border. Okay, and let's get a primary button color on this one. So we'll just do btn hyphen primary. Background color, and let's just do aqua. We'll just make it a bright color. So all we need to do is go to our homepage, add in this class, and that should style the button. So I probably need to change the color text too, but btn hyphen hyphen primary. Oops, got an error. Okay, let's see. All right, I mean that's looking pretty decent. I think what I'm going to do is, well, no, it's already deployed, so there's no reason to do that. Let's see. I mean, it looks, oh, I need to change the color. Let's see, colors, button. What do I have on Katos? I think I kept it black, so. Oh, that was the text color. Okay, so we need to add in the input text because we have that darker background color. All right, so there we go. I mean, it's looking pretty dang close to Katos. I think what I want to do is also have the advocates found on each search. So in the homepage, what I could do is just go ahead and add in some text here. And this is going to be pagination dot result, I believe. And this is going to throw an error, I believe, until we get pagination. Okay, hold on a second. There's a few things going on here. So I believe I can just do the question mark like that. Pagination dot results. So what does pagination give me? So as I search results found, that's what it was. And for some reason, the input text is not being styled. Good catch. Yeah, okay, cool. And then the button color should be black. I mean, I think we're mostly done. It's not responsive. That should be an easy thing. I'll leave that up to any designers, but this is the website. Let's see. Gosh, I don't think I want to do the Twitter API thing now. I'm pretty tired. Let's see. For pagination, I might even leave that out too. I mean, we built what we needed. We built a searchable API. Just give me a second to think. Get some coffee. I mean, we completed our ultimate goal. We don't have a header here, so that could be nice to add in. Could maybe add in some styling. Let's just throw in an H1 tag for the main header. Okay, so let's just throw in H1. Well, we could do it. I guess we could just try to finish up the backend and show. I can show you how I did this. So there's just a lot to do with it because what I needed to do is, first of all, I needed to scrape everyone's usernames and I had to clean so much data for that in order to get this data. Once you have their usernames, it's really easy to do. So what I could do is finish up the backend, create the username field, add in an image field, which will just be a URL instead of saving that in our database. It'll just be a URL, and then we can point to each URL. So like right now, if we go to cautos.dev, for example, let's go ahead and open up my picture here. If you look at it, this is actually on Twitter. I didn't save this image. I could, in theory, save this image. So the problem here is if somebody updates their profile picture, the picture goes away. And it's going to, like, I've already seen it a few times, and I just had to run a quick update. Yeah, let's do it. I told everyone I would show them how to use a Twitter API, so let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to look at some source code. I need to hide my access keys. There's a few things that I'm going to have to take care of, but at this point, let's go back to our Django application, and let's modify our models first of all. So first of all, we need a username. Actually, no, we won't stick to company. We'll forget the company for now. We want a name field. We want a bio. We want a Twitter link. We also want, let's see, Twitter, bio, name, image field, so profile pic. So we want that. And I think that's going to be it for now. So we're going to go ahead and take this name. And I had some issues because some people had names apparently longer than 200 characters. So we'll make that 500. For usernames, we'll just modify that also to 500 just in case. Bios, let's put that at 500 also, or 550. And then for the Twitter, we'll just do models.url field. And I believe I can just leave it like this. So we'll just do null is equal to true. Blank is also equal to true. So yeah, we're going to work with a Twitter API here. So again, the thing about the Twitter API is you can't just search users by bio. You have to look them up either by their ID or their username. If you don't have that information, Twitter is just not going to let you search it. I'm sure there's ways around it, but again, I had to get all the usernames. So what we'll do is we'll build out a new API with that information. So for the profile picture, let's just do a text field. I guess we could do a URL field, but we'll just keep it at a text field. So we're going to stick to this for now. Okay, so I'm going to explain the Twitter API, and also I'm going to hide some of my sensitive information. Username. Yeah, I actually had that issue. Someone's saying username 500 characters, LMAO. Yeah, apparently somebody had a username longer than that or something like that. I don't know. I had a lot of the scraper was running quite a bit of information, and it threw errors. So yeah. So let's run this migration. Python manage py make migrations. We're going to have to make these. Okay, did I not allow a field to be null? Let's make sure everything can be null and blank. Okay, so again, I want to host this information because what happens is if I'm calling the Twitter API, because I don't have a developer account or like a corporate account, not a corporate account, but enterprise account, I'm only allowed, I think it was like 500 or 900 requests per 15 minutes. So if I have a lot of people on Cautos and I'm trying to always make sure the data is updated, let's say I have 500 users go to my site or 900 at one moment or within 15 minutes, that means everyone's profiles are going to start breaking because Twitter's going to start throttling me and it's not going to let me access that data. So that's why I save that data locally. Okay, let me start this. Okay, let's run the migration. We'll close that poll so it's not in the way. Oh, it's already, looks like it closed by default. Okay. Make the migrations and then clear it. Migrate it. Okay, cool. So now if we go to our admin panel, we'll go back to the Django side of things. Let's just close a few of these out. We'll close out Katos. We don't need that for now. We'll make that header later. Let's go to localhost 8000, admin. Okay, so here are our advocates. If I go to myself here, Dennis Ivy, now we have a Twitter, a username, profile picture, and name. So how am I supposed to get this information from people? So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add in my real username. So go to Twitter. Okay, and then we'll just go to my profile. Actually, we'll do Todas. We want real usernames because if I don't get this information, it's just going to break it. So I might even publish this API and maybe have people submit their own usernames. Go ahead and just submit it in the chat. Not yet, but in a minute. And then I'll actually make a call to your profile with the Twitter API. So we also want Jesse, code stacker somewhere. So he's code stacker on Twitter. So we'll throw that in. Let's get Max. In fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go to Katos dev and then just get the people from here. Apparently, there's a lot of Maxes. So just take this username. Okay, so all I need is a username. I need one field about each user. Now, what I'm going to do here is go to, let's see. We'll go back to my React application. Now I'm going to need to change up these calls a little bit. So we'll go in here and we're just going to remove, let's see. We'll just take port 8000, bring that back into the home page. So what I'm going to do here is just actually comment this out. Okay. Comment that out. We'll bring in port 8000. And let's see, we'll push that right there. That's not how you comment things out with JavaScript. Okay, so we're calling port 8000 again, which means that we're just getting data, I believe, not advocates. And also don't have that information because I have not built in pagination. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, so here are the usernames. So this is from that localized area. And I just realized I do have their bios, so I'm going to delete that too. So code stacker, we're going to remove it because I want to get this dynamically. Okay, save it. Okay, so now we should have no information except for me. So let's remove that too. You'll see what I'm trying to do here in a second. No, I'm live streaming. Someone's asking, is this actually live streaming? Yeah, I'm live. Okay, so we have just the usernames. We need to get this information. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to create an endpoint that calls a Twitter API, gets this data, and then updates it based on that username. So let's just go ahead and let's see. How do I want to do this? I'm going to create a view, and we're just going to call it update users. Let's see. Kind of a hacky way of doing this, but let's just do update underscore users. Actually, here, let's just do this manually. So first of all, to go and use a Twitter API, we're just going to do Twitter API. And we're going to start looking at the documentation. We're going to start from scratch because I was not planning on this. So you're going to want to sign up here. You're going to want to create an app. Let's see. So we have the use cases, and we're going to use Twitter API here. So it tells you what you can use it for. Let's view the docs. I want to go to my dashboard. So you want to sign up here, and you just go ahead and access a free account. They're going to ask you to create an app name. So you're going to create an app here. I just called it Project 1. Let me zoom in a little bit. Once you get through this part, you're going to see some documentation on how to look up users. So for example, if I look up users, user lookup, it gives me the endpoint. So it gives me a URL and it says, okay, go to users and then pass in their ID. And then this will return back user information. You can also look up users by username. You pass in the username. That's what I'm saving. And that'll give you back the information about the user. So I won't go too far into this, but create an app or go to the Twitter API, create an app here. It's going to give you an app ID. You're going to want to save that. And then you can start accessing these endpoints. And that's all going to be in the docs here. So I'm not going to go too far into that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to actually pull up some of those endpoints. I'm going to hide my API key. And then we're going to make some calls. And you'll actually see what those endpoints look like, because that's the Twitter API is a full tutorial on its own. Like it's a lot to work with. Let's see. Let's go to repositories. I'm going into, so I'm off screen right now. I'm looking up the actual source code Chicados, because that's where I'm actually making the calls, but I want to make sure that I'm not showing my secret key. So let's do this. What I'm going to do here is create a .env folder. So once we create this, we'll just call this Twitter API underscore key. And let's just make sure that we can get access to this. So we'll just do, this is my key. We'll save this in a .env folder. So this is going to allow me to hide some environment variables. We'll do pip install .env. So this is a library we can use. I believe it's .env. Let's look up python.env. So this is so nobody can see my secret keys. Let's close this. That wasn't the command. So it's pip install python.env. Okay, so I already have that. Now, in order to actually use this, let's see. I'm just hiding a few things right now, so I have to make sure it's all off screen. Oh, I'll be back in a second. Okay. Okay, so once I have .env installed, I can go into my views. I created the .env folder. We're going to bring this up here. And we're going to do from .env load .env. Once we have that, we should be able to also import OS. And then with OS, we should be able to do os.environ. So let's just go ahead and print this out when we first hit this endpoint. So we'll just do print os.environ.get. And then we're going to access this value from .env. So we want to print the Twitter API key. Let's actually just do this. So once this works, then we can start using it. I can actually paste the API key and hide it. Okay, so let's go to the root domain. We're just going to go ahead and call it, see if it works. For 8,000. Twitter API key. This is my key. Perfect. It's working. All right. Sounds good. So now that I have that off screen, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for a second. I'm just going to go ahead and take my Twitter API key. So you'll need that if you're following along, or if you're going to follow along later. I just need to go find it from my source code. Give me a second here. I've accidentally exposed this stuff, and if someone starts using my API key, they just use up all of my requests, or it could even do something malicious and get me banned from using the Twitter API. So I definitely don't want that. Okay. Okay, almost there. So it's called the auth token instead of the Twitter API key. But it's, I guess, the same thing. Okay, I'm just going to need to test one thing. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to print it out. Don't want that exposed. Okay, and I can go back to sharing my screen. Okay, so I'm loading in the Twitter API key, and to actually use this, first of all, I need to hit an endpoint to get some information about a user. So I literally learned this last weekend, so I'm not at the point where I can teach too much. But first of all, we need to import the request library. So we're going to make a request from uh, with Python. So import request. Do I need to import install request? So Python request module. Yeah, so I have to first of all install request so I can make API calls from it. So we're going to go ahead and bring that in. Go ahead and clear this, pip install request so we can make those calls. And then once we have that, let's go to, let's go to a user detail page. So let's do this in the get section. So when we go to a user, let's go to this page, and we're first going to, look at some notes here. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab the username, and we're going to paste this into the request here. So we're just going to go ahead and get a response here. So we'll do a response is going to be equal to requests. So we want to make a request here, and we're going to do .get. We want to pass in a URL. So this is going to be the endpoint that we actually have to call. So we're going to do URL, and this right here is going to be pasted in a second. So I'm pasting in the URL that we need to access. So this endpoint gets you information about a specific user. So we were doing api.twitter.com2. So we're using version 2.users by user name. And then what I need to do is go ahead and throw in a username. So let's just do Dennis Ivy. Let's start with this. We're going to go ahead and make a request to this URL, and we want to get information about this user. I just want to make sure you can see everything. Okay, so we're going to make a request to this user, and we also need to pass in our credentials into this request. So what I'm going to do here is go ahead and pass in authorization. So let's actually just do this. I'm going to copy something. So this will be my header information. So we're doing authorization bear auth token, and at this point, I call this the Twitter API key. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this in. So we're going to pass this in on each request. We talked about this in the video before. This is like that access token that we used when we're making requests to protected routes. Twitter also requires this. We pass in the head. We should get this. We should be able to make this call, and then we're just going to go ahead and get the data. So data is going to be equal to response, and we're getting data. And we're just going to go ahead and turn this into JSON data. So I can actually pass this in right here. So we're going to parse that data. I'll recap this in a second. I'm really fresh on the Twitter API. Okay, so we're making a request to this endpoint. We're getting this user's information. We passed in our access token. We're changing that into JSON data. And then we're going to go ahead and get the data attribute, which is going to be the actual data for this user. And we're just going to do print data from Twitter. And let's see how this works. So this is when we go to the advocate detail page. Okay, let's see if everyone's following along. Okay, so let's try this request. Data is not set. Okay, so let's print out response. Let's see what response gives us. Maybe we're not even getting access to it yet. I might be parsing this wrong. You look at my notes here. So we pass in head, authorization, the access token. We pass in the username. Oh, Dennis Ivy 11. So I might have, yeah, I think what happened is maybe it couldn't even get that information. Nope. Okay, so we make the call, get the URL. Oh, head is equal to head. That's what it was. Session request. Oh, headers. Okay. Get that response called .json request.get URL headers, and let's just do test. I might be conflicting the name here with something else. Okay, that's what it was. I had the wrong URL in there. So when I get this response, this is my response from Twitter. So check it out. It gives me my Twitter ID, my name, and my username. So that's pretty cool stuff. So if I go ahead and change this back, so we'll do data. Let's do data is equal to, or response dot data. We can even remove the serializer. Let's take this out and let's return back what Twitter gives us as the response. So right now, this is from my database, but when I make this call again, I'm going to get back what Twitter gives me. So I actually got that response from Twitter. We made the call, got the response, then returned that as our data. Okay, let me block this user real quick. Okay, so we got that data from Twitter, but we're also able to pass in other fields. So Twitter also lets us pass in custom fields. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to do this. So right now I'm going to take the username that we're trying to access, and I want to change up this URL because I want to get this out. I want to get this information from every user. So we're going to do plus, and then we're going to make sure it's a string, passing the user, even though it's already a string. And with this, let's see, how did I want to do this? So we pass in the username, and then we're going to go ahead and append another section. Actually, let's just test this. So if I go to, let's say, Jesse's username, let's try going to advocates. Let's get Tadas Petra. There, I get Tadas's username, name, which I didn't even have. I mean, unless I put that in manually, and then I got their information. So what I'm going to do is actually test this with a chat in a second. But there are some other fields that I can add. So right now I'm not getting back that much info. I'm just getting an ID, name, and username. But what if I want like the profile picture and all that other good stuff with it? So I'm going to create another value called fields. And I can tell the Twitter API, hey, go ahead and give me user.fields and give me the following fields. So what we're going to do is we're going to do profile underscore pic. And this is all from the Twitter API documentation, or profile underscore image underscore URL. And then we're going to go ahead and add in a comma. We want their description, add in a comma, and then we want their public underscore metrics. So we're going to take the fields value, and then we're going to append that to the request. So now if I get Tadas's information, check it out. So I got all this information about Tadas. Pretty cool, right? So can somebody send me, anybody in the chat, if you have a Twitter, go ahead and send me your Twitter username, and I'm going to get some information on you. So we're going to throw that in here. We're going to make the call, and we're going to get this user info. So we're going to do this, and then what I'm going to do is actually take your information, and I'm going to save it so it actually gets saved in my database, and then we'll render that out on Kato's dev. So let's see. Who wants to volunteer their Twitter username? And it has to be exact. So while this is happening, while we're looking, let's just go to Twitter. Let's see, let's get web dev simplified. So it's dev simplified. And I can just go here, add in the name, and let's see. He has 34,000 users. He's not following anyone. I know Kyle does that. He doesn't follow anyone. Tweet count, listed count, username, web dev simplified. We have the image URL here. So if I open this up, let's see. That's Kyle's profile picture. So it's a small picture. Okay, we have a few usernames in here. Cool. So let's see. Let's start with Hussein boy.us. Okay. Hussein boy underscore us. Misspelt it. All right. So this person has 0 followers, following count 3, Hussein Uzmanov, profile picture, and then we have their picture. Okay. So if I check out your Twitter account, I can see that. So your picture is small, and I found a little hack to Twitter or to the Twitter API. It's kind of funny. To actually get this picture enlarged, what I did is I found out that if you take any picture and replace normal with 400 by 400, I should get that. Let's see, was it 400 by 4? Give me a second. Let me see how I did this. Yeah, I think it was just 400 by 400. If I replace normal with these values, I should see. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go ahead and run a little find and replace script to upload that full profile picture size. So let's just do this. And let's just finish this up, and then we're just we'll test out a few more URLs. So for the data, we're just going to do data dot, let's see, what is it? Profile image URL is going to equal to data profile image URL, and then we're just going to do replace. We're going to replace the string of normal to 400 by 400. Little life hack there. And then I should be able to return that. So now if I throw in another username, let's see who else is in here. We have Isaac Tony LOI. Isaac or AAC Tony LOI, I believe. Okay, so we got this information. Now when I click on your profile picture, I should see it enlarged. So see how it's 400 by 400? Maybe you don't see that URL. Let's try to zoom in. So a little hack around that. Just do a find and replace. Maybe some regex can help, but honestly, it's pretty easy just with the replace method. Let's just do a few more since people did submit their names. I really appreciate that. It makes it more interactive. Gladson. Okay, let's see. 13 followers. Tweet count is only tweeted 12 times. User ID, Gladson is a username. No description, name Gladson. Okay, here we go. Cool. All right. Alex Perks, this will be the last one that we do. And then what we're going to do is save this information. So we'll do ab normal 12. It's always a risk doing this live because somebody can submit something that's not good. Okay, so no profile picture there. Okay, so once we have this information, so I could just run a loop and go through all my users, find that user information, but instead what I'm going to do here is just say this. Hey, we're going to go ahead and get this Twitter user, and we're just going to update their information. So let's see, how do I want to do this? Okay, we're going to get this advocate, and we're just going to update all their information. So this is going to be a little bit more manual, and we won't deal with automating this process. We're just going to do advocate.name is going to be equal to whatever Twitter gave us. So if everyone wants to continue submitting their names, that'd actually be good because I'll just add you here. So advocate name is going to be equal to data.name. Again, just your Twitter name. We'll do username. We don't need to update that because I already have that, but we do need to update your profile pic. So probably should hide my environment variables. So we'll just do profile pic is going to be equal to profile image. And then we want the bio to be equal to data.description. From the Twitter API, they call it description. And then we want the Twitter user handle. And do I get the full URL to the account? No. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is for the Twitter account, we're just going to do, we're going to find a Twitter account. So we'll get Jesse's. Then we're going to paste that in. And we're just going to go ahead and do plus and then data dot username. In fact, we could just do username like that, and that will create the URL, and then advocate dot save. Okay, let's see how this works. So right now, if we go to autos. We don't see anything. Let's go ahead and go to Tadas's account, which in theory, if I click on his profile, I should get it, because what it's going to do is it's going to trigger this URL, advocates, and then the detail. And then I should be able to see Tadas's information. Let's see. Why don't I see it here? Did I call save? Advocate.save. All right, let's see Tadas's account. Maybe it didn't save it properly. Or maybe there was an error there. Okay, grab those usernames in a second. Let's go to Tadas. Okay, I'll voice squeak there. Let's see. Am I getting a bad response here? Let's try this again. So we'll just go to this URL. Oh, I see what's happening there. We'll fix that in a second. Let's just start with the DOSes. So it's getting the information, but it's not saving it. That's weird. Okay, so, oh, I think I see what's happening. Okay, so I need to respond with the serializer data now, but it also looked like it didn't save it. Okay, so the information is updated. So now if I go back, give me a second. For some reason, Tadas's profile picture isn't rendering. So what I need to do is see profile picture URL. Okay, now it should just say that ain't right. So we got the username. Why don't I see the picture? Oh, I'm not returning the picture in the serializer. That's why. So if I go to serializer, we'll just do profile underscore pic like that. I think that should do it. All right, got that. Cool, cool. And then if I go to Dennis Ivy, so it's running that, it's getting my picture. That's weird because I'm calling this endpoint and it should trigger every time. So let's just do user updated. Let's just try this. Make sure we can see that, and then open up my terminal. Try going to Dennis Ivy. See, it's getting the information. Oh, that's why. Okay, so what's happening is when I go to that URL, I'm actually using the Kados API as opposed to the API for what we just built. So we're just going to have to update this URL. That makes more sense. We're just going to go ahead and replace that. And then we're going to return back just data, I believe. So we don't need all of that information. All right. Code stacker. So as I click on it, it's going to fire off that URL. And there we go. We're getting real information. So let's, I guess I can't copy and paste. I can't copy and paste from here. So let's just, give me a second. Let me grab some of these URLs here, or the usernames. Won't let me copy and paste from what I'm using right now. So, okay, we have Isaac. We're going to add you right now to as an advocate. So let's just say everyone's an advocate. We're going to throw in your username. Then we're going to add Alex Perks. So again, go ahead and submit your username. It'd be kind of cool just to add some users in here, fill it up. We'll just submit the usernames. Again, Hussein Boy us, and then did I add? Let's see. I added Isaac. Yeah, I thought I added him. Yeah, okay. Isaac is here, I think. No, I guess not. Okay, perfect. Gladson, we'll add that to. Okay, so now when I go to Kados, if I refresh it, we're not going to see your information, but when I click on your profile, it should get it. Isaac's name wasn't saved correctly. Oh, it looks like I saved it twice, and then one of those didn't save it properly. So we'll just delete the second one. And now when I click on it, boom, got your information. And I'm just calling the Twitter API and pulling this down and saving it locally. All right, pretty cool, huh? I think we're pretty much done. Let's see. Anybody else want to submit their stuff? No, we got everybody. Cool. Okay, so now let's say for some reason I'm not getting bios. I just realized, Gladson, do you not have a bio? For some reason your link isn't working. Maybe it's saving that differently. Let's check that out. So Twitter user. For some reason your link isn't working, so I might have to just modify that a little bit. Okay, so it looks like you have no bio, so it is getting everyone's bio. Alex Perks, let's see if your link is working. Also no bio. Okay, so it's working. These are just people that don't have a bio. All right, really cool. Let's add one more. We have a Usman Remen. Just throw that one in. All right, I think I got pretty much everything I needed. If I miss anything, let me know. But this is going to be posted after. We had that one bug with the JSON web token. That was a little bit annoying. And the worst part is we really didn't find a solution because it just started working. So I'm assuming it was like a refreshing thing or something like that. So Usman is added. Now we got the profile picture. Awesome. Awesome. All right. How's everybody doing? Let me just spend a minute. Just kind of want to talk to the chat here for a second. Let's see. Any questions about the hackathon? What's going on with that? So, yeah, probably November 10th is going to be when we stream that. Codebattles.dev. Sign up there. You do have to register by the 7th, I believe. And I think we're going to stream on the 10th because I get back from Portugal on the 7th. So I need a minute to, rest up from however long of a flight that's going to be, like 17 hours or whatever. A lot of work to do there. Going there for a web summit. So, yeah. Cool. Let's see. Did I cover everything? So we did search. We did the Twitter API. We built a front end. We talked about relationships in serializers. We did search, authentication, cores. Yeah, I mean, I covered everything. Shout out to my company, Agora. I have the best job in the world. I am a developer advocate there. So I get to do things like this. I get to stream on the Agora Devs YouTube channel. I do Agora related stuff, tech stuff in general. They basically want me to connect with all developers out there and educate people on our product, but at the same time, just to connect and be developer focused. So that's Agora. We do audio and video integration. Awesome stuff there. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. We got a question, some advanced level stuff or advanced. I added my bio to Twitter page, but not showing up in your React app now. Let's see. Let's check it out. Let's see what that looks like. It won't do it automatically because, wait, how did you, okay, you added it and it's not showing up here. Okay, so give me a second. What I need to do is I need to recall it. So the only time it calls the API is when I click on your account, because then it triggers that function that calls the Twitter API. So there we go. Now we see it all automated. So what I had to do is I literally uploaded like upwards of 7,000 usernames into a form basically, and I had to run that algorithm or that call. I mean, literally 7,000 times to get information. It was quite a bit of work. I mean, if you look at Kados.dev, we have 2,091 developers. This is clean data already. Like, there's a lot of work that was put into this. I got the pagination working. So if we go all the way to the back, I'll add in a way where if I'm missing a developer advocate, you can simply just add in their username and then it'll get uploaded too. So something that we're going to work on. Let's see, please do projects on custom dashboards and multi-language. I can do custom dashboards, but not with the Django dashboard, the Django admin dashboard. It's not meant for production. I mean, it could work depending on your project. In many cases, it'll work fine, but I don't see any reason to customize it when you can build that out. Like, it has limited functionality. So to me, it makes no sense to really customize it. Cool. All right. Well, that's gonna be it. Appreciate you all being here. It was a fun stream. We're at, let's see, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Did quite a bit, jumped around a lot, and I will probably find somebody who wants to help me timestamp this and pay them, I don't know, $50 or something to do this. But yeah, take care, everyone. It's a Friday for me, 1:25 p.m. So I got some work to do, and then I'm going to be relaxing this weekend. All right, take care.